3, 2, 1.
Hello, and thank you for joining the June Economic Development and Industrial Corporation of Boston Board meeting. At this time, the Boston Planning and Development Agency is continuing to host public meetings in a virtual setting for the health, safety, and accessibility of Boston residents. For more information and updates, visit bostonplans.org. The Open Public Meeting Law requires that I notify the public that this meeting is being recorded. Please be aware that an audio and visual recording of this meeting is being made and broadcast by Boston City TV, which is a part of the City of Boston Office of Cable Communications at Xfinity Channel 24, RCN Channel 13, and Verizon Fios Channel 962. It is also being live streamed at boston.gov/cable. Okay, to begin the meeting, I'll take a roll call. Mr. Monahan?
Present.
Dr. Landsberg?
Present.
Mr. Miller?
Present.
And I, Ursula Rojas, am present. Okay, start with EDIC agenda item number 1. Request authorization for the approval of the minutes of the May 11th, 2023 meeting. A motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Landsberg?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Motion passes. Okay. Item number 2, request authorization to execute a construction contract with Enterprise Equipment Company Incorporated in an amount not to exceed $1,846,816 for the 12 Channel Street Elevator Rehabilitation Project in the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park in Boston, Massachusetts, and to further execute any change orders that may be required to complete the work as deemed necessary by the director. In aggregate, the amount will not exceed 10% of the contract amount, or $2,031,497.60. William.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. This matter was last before you this past April to request authorization to advertise the public bid for this work. And as you'll likely recall, 12 Channel Street is a 9-story masonry building originally constructed by the U.S. military in 1941. It has served historically as a storehouse in the South Boston Naval Annex, and it is currently utilized as a light industrial manufacturing and commercial office building with numerous tenants. The building is served by 3 passenger elevators. Those elevators are prone to service disruptions and mechanical failures. The work of this project seeks to rectify that. Construction services would fully modernize the 3 passenger elevators. Work would include the full replacement or refurbishment of all mechanical equipment. We competitively bid this project with a public ad that went out May 1st of this year in accordance with Chapter 149 of the General Laws. We had 40 interested parties download the bid documents, and we received 3 general bidders. Those bids were opened and read aloud on June 2nd, and the lowest eligible and responsible bidder was determined to be Enterprise Equipment Company, who we have done work with in the past in this property, and their bid was for $1,846,816. All documents required by Chapter 149 and the invitation for bids was submitted by the bidder, and our engineer of record NV5 has reviewed the bid and agrees with the recommendation to award this work to Enterprise as the lowest eligible and qualified bidder. We are recommending a 10% contingency in the amount of $184,681.60. So the total authorization we're requesting is $2,031,497.60. The work will be funded from the agency's fiscal year 24 capital budget, which will be presented to you later this afternoon. And with that, we are requesting authorization for the director to be authorized to enter into this contract with Enterprise. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them at this time.
Okay, do we have any questions for the board?
Madam Chair, I have a quick question, William. Is Enterprise the elevator constructor contractor, or are they acting as a CM?
They are going to be the general, and they are doing much of the work themselves, and they have a number of filed sub bids that they are utilizing for this project. But they're going to be doing the majority of
They're a
it.
mechanical contractor, aren't they?
They are, yes.
Out of Weymouth?
I believe that's where they are, and they are going to be the prime contractor on this.
Okay, and who's the file submitter for the elevators?
I apologize, I don't have that information offhand, but I can certainly follow up after that.
No problem, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, great. And just because it's a large investment, just wanted to be clear, are we replacing existing elevators to kind of modernize the building for future rental, future use, for our use, or just,
So all 3 elevators are decades old and
Yeah.
need to be refurbished to bring them up to current codes and standards. These are the passenger elevators which serve access to all 9 floors. So all of our current tenants, which includes our own offices, the real estate department on the 9th floor, as well as the mayor's office of housing, but certainly we have numerous tenants on each and every floor who will be utilized by these elevators. And then just of note to anybody who's watching as well, we're only taking 1 elevator offline at a time. So at every given moment, we will have 2 fully functioning elevators. Only 1 will be taken down for the refurbishment, and we'll be doing them in sequence over a period of 15 to 18 months.
okay, thank you, that's really clear. Any other questions? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Seconded.
Roll call for a vote, Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Mr. Lansmore?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, item number 3, request authorization to enter into a license agreement with the City of Boston Transportation Department for the temporary use of a small portion of Pier 5 for the storage of transportation materials, all in the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. Maureen?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. The mission of the Boston Transportation Department, BTD, is to plan, build, maintain, and operate Boston streets. BTD recently approached the BPDA in search of approximately 2,000 square feet of space to use for storage of materials related to quick-build modular bus stops. BPD has space available on Pier 5 in the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. BPDA is proposing a 6-month license agreement, which will commence on July 1st and expire on December 31st, 2023. The term may be extended for an additional 6 months at the discretion of the BPDA director. Due to the public service nature of this occupancy, no license fee is proposed. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, that's clear. Any questions or comments from the board? Okay, go ahead. Oh, no, okay. Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Seconded.
Roll call for a vote, Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Mr. Lansmore?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Item number 4, request authorization to enter into a license agreement with 22 Dry Dock LLC, a joint venture between Related Beal, Boston Real Estate Inclusion Fund, and Kavanaugh Advisory Group, Vertex Pharmaceuticals, to conduct pre-development activities at 20 and 22 Dry Dock Avenue within the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. Maureen. Oh, Maureen, I think you're on mute.
Sorry, I was. On April 14, 2022, the BPDA Board of Directors awarded tentative designation status to 22 Dry Dock LLC as the redeveloper of 20 and 22 Dry Dock Ave. On April 13, 2023, the BPDA Board of Directors authorized an extension of tentative designation status for a period of 6 months, pending the completion of the remaining permitting and construction preparation items. When all items are completed, staff will return to the board to request final designation. Citing a recent development milestone in the proposed sublease between 22 Dry Dock LLC team and their build-to-suit tenant, the 22 Dry Dock LLC team has requested permission to commence demolition prior to the receipt of final designation. This new license agreement will be in addition to the pre-existing license for pre-development rights and will allow for the demolition of the existing structures on the site. In the unlikely event that final designation is not awarded, the 22 Dry Dock LLC team will deliver the site to BPDA free of all structures and debris at their sole expense. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Seconded.
Roll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Mr. Lansmore?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes.
Thank you.
Green. Item number 5, request authorization to enter into a license agreement with Cycle Wash for the temporary installation of a bicycle washing machine on 5,000 square feet of land located adjacent to the parking garage located in the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park for an initial 12-month period. Dennis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Cycle Wash is a manufacturer company founded in Germany and headquartered in Germany. However, they're also a tenant here at 12 Channel Street in Mass Robotics. They manufacture an automated bicycle washing system similar to the car washes that we've all used. Only it's geared specifically for bicycles. It's a freestanding device, takes about, it's about the size of a parking space, a vehicle parking space. Machines are currently located in over 40 cities in 17 European countries. There are currently none in the United States. They're seeking to establish a presence in the United States and are currently courting several Boston developers to consider the cycle wash as an amenity in the multi-tenanted residential or office buildings, along with the bike rooms. We also believe that there could be a public sector opportunity as well. We're proposing to permit cycle wash to install a display model on the grass adjacent to the EDIC garage in the Raymond Open Marine Park. That location is good because it's not a travel way and it's in very close proximity to the plumbing located within the garage and the restrooms, et cetera. They will utilize the location to offer demonstrations of the machines to potential purchasers. And the cycle wash will be responsible for all costs associated with accessing the needed water and disposing of it into the sewer system. We're proposing a 1-year term with a 1-year extension. In lieu of paying rent to BPDA, the cycle wash machine will be available to any cyclist who wishes to wash their bicycle 24 hours a day free of charge. And then after the first year, we'll revisit to see what seems like an appropriate business model for the second year.
Okay, makes sense. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, motion is in order.
So moved.
Seconded.
We'll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Mr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do want to just add that we will help spread the word to cyclists. The machine is there. They want to just stumble on it. We'll get the word out.
Yeah, I think it's a great, a great initiative.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 6, request authorization to extend the license agreement with the City of Boston Mayor's Office of Housing for a term of 90 days with 3 additional 90-day option terms to use approximately 15,000 square feet of space on the 9th floor of 12 Channel Street, Suite 902, within the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. Maureen.
Thank you. The mission of the City of Boston's Mayor's Office of Housing, MOH, is to make Boston the most livable city in the nation by working with communities to build strong neighborhoods through the strategic investment in public resources. On July 16, 2020, the BPDA Board of Directors approved a 3-year license agreement with MOH, which commenced on August 1st, 2020, and will expire on July 31st, 2023. Prior to this action, MOH's offices were located at 26 Court Street, Boston, which is undergoing a major renovation. In spring 2023, MOH issued a request for proposals to secure a new office space outside of 12 Channel Street and at a more convenient downtown location for MOH staff. MOH is in the process of procuring and finalizing the new space and will likely vacate Suite 902 by the end of 2023. Staff is recommending a 90-day license extension with 3 additional 90-day option terms. The license extension shall commence on August 1st, 2023 and expire on October 31st, 2023. If MOH secures a new office space before the expiration date of the license will be terminated with 30 days written notice. Due to the public service nature of this occupancy, no license fee is proposed. However, MOH will be responsible to pay Eversource for electricity used in the space. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, motion is in order.
So moved.
Seconded.
We'll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Mr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 7. Request authorization to award tentative designation status to a joint venture between Lincoln Property Company and Quaker Lane Capital and enter into lease negotiations with the redeveloper to facilitate a long-term lease and redevelopment of the EDIC Parcel U site. It's located at 7 Channel Street within the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. With Emma.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. 7 Channel Street, also known as Parcel U, is located in the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park between Massport Hall Road to the west, Channel Street to the east, and behind Parcel T on Northern Avenue to the north. The approximately 45,000 square foot site includes a two-story building of approximately 27,000 square feet that previously housed Davis Seafoods and has been vacant for several years. On June 8th, 2022, the BPDA issued an RFP for the site to capture opportunities offered by Boston's life science lab market in this location. The RFP required proponents to include two development scenarios in their submitted proposals, development programs A and B, with program B including the additional requirement for the delivery of a core and shell space within the development for community and/or government use. The BPDA anticipates that under Program B, the space may serve as a Boston fire station as needed to better serve the Marine Park and the greater South Boston Seaport neighborhood. Furthermore, the RFP also encouraged proposals to further the BPDA's commitment to promote maritime economic development and the retention and creation of job opportunities in the Marine Park. On August 8th, 2022, the BPDA received 3 proposals in response to the RFP. After thorough analysis and evaluation by BPDA staff, the proposal submitted by Lincoln Property Company and Quaker Lane Capital was deemed most highly advantageous against the RFP's evaluation criteria for both Program A and Program B. Therefore, we are recommending that the board award tentative designation status to the joint venture of Lincoln Property Company and Quaker Lane Capital. Their proposal includes an approximately 262,000 square foot, 9-floor building with office and lab space. If the BPDA decides to move forward under Program B, the proposed building will also include a 2-floor firehouse on the ground floor and first floor. Their proposal was determined to be the most advantageous for its inclusion of a community training lab that would integrate and build upon the training facility across the street, for its financial offer, and for its diversity and inclusion plan. I would now like to introduce the recommended developer for tentative designation, Lincoln Property Company and Quaker Lane Capital, to present their project. And I'm happy to take any questions once their presentation concludes. Thank you.
Thank you, Emma, members of the BPDA staff and directors. My name is Carlos Febres-Mazet. I'm the founding principal of Quaker Lane. We are an SDO certified minority business enterprise in the Commonwealth. And on behalf of Quaker Lane and Lincoln Property Company, I'm proud to share an approach to activating public land that is unprecedented. Our vision goes beyond the precedents of the recent past in terms of carbon footprint, sustainability, master planning, community benefits, and diversity, equity, and inclusion in commercial development. Next slide, please. With meritocracy as our priority, we've assembled one of the most diverse project teams in recent history with representation from female, Latino, Black, and other minority-owned firms and individuals. It's only the beginning of what we pledge to be the most diverse and qualified project team in Boston's history to date, and it starts with the developer team. Thanks to the initiative of Lincoln Property Company and a decade-long relationship, we begin with this partnership between us and Lincoln, with a 55-45% pro rata share for investment allocation of development capital, economic participation, fee distribution, and equal decision-making. We ensure true equity from the start of this project, in turn offering capacity building for us as an emerging firm and accountability to access our network to further diversify and maximize equity in the project. We believe that the last deal or the last model is not enough. And we start with wealth creation and equity building, and our commitment to allow non-accredited minority investment from the Boston community to make investments as small as $5,000 using an established and credible technology platform to facilitate the investment. This is administered alongside minority capital from accredited individual investors and community organizations, endowments, and academic institutions that represent people of color. Along with the creation of equity, our commitment to over 30% MWDBE participation from contractors, consultants, and our creative team breaks new ground. Along with our property management partner, UHM, we pledge that the post-completion ongoing commitment for tenancy and operations maintains this commitment to diversity. Next slide, please. The proof is in the numbers, and our confidence in tangible and longstanding capital relationships ensure that we can meet or exceed the investment goals, along with the equity and capacity building model with nearly $40 million of capital and 30% of equity for minority or minority-led entities and individuals. Our networks offer credibility into, next slide please. Our networks offer credibility into the how of bringing forth a transformational level of equity and capacity building. Our principals hold board and leadership positions with some of the most influential organizations in real estate, including my current role as a global governing trustee in the Urban Land Institute. With that, I'd like to transition it to our partner, Mark Callahan from Lincoln Property Company. Mark?
Thanks, Carlos. If we can flip to the next slide. So my name is Mark Callahan from Lincoln Property Company. And in this slide, you'll see a view of our proposed development looking south down the Hall Road. You can see the 12 Channel Street office building in the background. So along with our talented design team, we've planned a development program that we believe maximizes the potential of this parcel, not only for building users and tenants, but for the broader neighborhood as well. We've designed a new plaza in front of the building that can be programmed to host different events and activities, and it will create a much more open and inviting access point to the Ray Flynn Marine Park. You'll also see the open lobby fronting on this plaza, and the building that steps back is a nod to the plaza and waterfront, while also creating outdoor spaces for the tenants on our upper floors. The majority of the project is planned for life science use, further adding to the robust life science cluster developing in the Marine Park. The floor plates have been designed for flexibility for a variety of industries, including pharmaceutical labs, tech-related businesses, and manufacturing. The ground floor includes a cafe and co-working space, which will activate the street frontage and contribute more amenities to this end of the seaport. We've also included a 7,000 square foot space for job training uses, which I'll speak to further on the next slide. And as Emma mentioned, the RFP also requested that the development team consider an alternate program to accommodate a fire station, and we look forward to working with the BPDA and Boston Fire Department to further evaluate this option and incorporate it into the program. The project also includes very strong sustainability goals, including pursuit of LEED Platinum and LEED Zero certifications. And in addition, we're also pursuing a building integrated photovoltaic envelope, along with a hybrid electric system and on-site solar generation. This slide highlights one of the most exciting aspects of our proposal. As the developer of two adjacent Massport parcels, we are uniquely positioned to deliver a cohesive mixed-use campus experience. Lincoln developed the Aura Seaport Residences in Hyatt Place, and next up is Seaport Circle, a 650,000 square foot lab and office building, coupled with a standalone 15,000 square foot job training center called the Pavilion. Parcel U is the natural third step of our multi-phase plan for this area. Through our integrated planning of all three developments, the result is better public realm, better community programming, and better public benefits. We also want to establish a community use in our proposal that can address the BPDA's goal of job creation, while also extending job opportunities in the life science industry to underserved groups throughout the city. So in acknowledgement of this need, we'll be establishing additional space within the development to support the pavilion's mission. This space could include a training lab, classrooms, and meeting spaces to support our nonprofit job training partners. And this will help further contribute to the pipeline to support the life sciences industry, as well as provide opportunity and access to city residents. We really appreciate your consideration for our tentative designation and are excited about continuing this process in partnership with BPDA. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Congratulations. Just a great project. I didn't have any questions, so it kind of spoke for itself.
Thanks to all of you. We're thrilled.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 8. Request authorization to execute a contract amendment for additional seasonal landscaping services provided by Casablanca Services Incorporated in the amount of, my printer paper, how much is it? 1 second.
$125,000.
in the amount of 25,000 for a total annual contract value of 125,000. Laura.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board, for the opportunity to continue the conversation about enhancing the Marine Park, albeit on a more modest scale. In March of this year, the board authorized the award of a contract to Casablanca Services for seasonal landscaping in the Marine Park to help us maintain the highest standards as a landlord and neighbor. Since that time, we've finalized our landscape architect designs, our staff schedules, and our weather predictions, and we've also undertaken our first round of plantings. And therefore, we identified the need for additional watering services in targeted areas. This will protect our investment in the seasonal planters and the upgraded Marine Park entrances. This amendment of $25,000 would increase the total contract value by 25%, funded through the BPDA's operating budget, and we've determined that the specifications and costs are reasonable. I will also mention that we have been nominated for an award from the Greater Boston Chamber of Commerce, specifically recognizing our partnership with Casablanca as a minority-owned business enterprise, so please stay tuned for updates there. And with that, thank you for your consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second?
Roll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Mr. Lansmore?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thanks, Laura. Okay, item number 9. Request approval of the EDIC's fiscal year 2024 operating budget in the amount of $91,919,939, along with related approvals and authorizations. Further request approval for the fiscal year 2024 capital expenditure in the amount of $34,975,000. Michelle.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Jemison, Madam Secretary, members of the audience, hello. I am Michelle Goldberg, the Director of Finance for the BPDA. Thank you for allowing me this time. I am before you seeking approval for the FY24 operating and capital budget. We are currently in the EDIC portion of the agenda, and I will be seeking a vote at the end of this presentation. And then during the BRA section, we will take a vote with no presentation. I would like to take a moment to express appreciation for all the collaboration and teamwork that went into this budget. Thank you to everyone in finance, real estate, the secretary's office, the director's office, planning, IT, and all the leaders across the agency who have helped in this year's budget. Next slide, please. And the next slide as well. Budgets are a statement about what an organization values most. These next few slides show the various ways we seek to honor the commitment to transparency, predictability, and the creation of opportunity. Budgets help managers lead and track progress against their strategic plan. With expanded staff, finance has continued to provide intensive support to leaders across the agency. We are expanding our efforts in supplier diversity and community outreach, and the BPDA continues our investment in data collections and systems that drive our work in real time. Next slide, please. The BPDA is in a secure financial position because of the many years of financial discipline. This annual budget process is supporting robust growth throughout the agency as we seek to link all of the impactful work we do with the data we can report on. Our annual budget process and quarterly updates to this board help make us a more transparent organization. Next slide, please. Quickly, as a reminder, I do like to point out that the numbers you are about to see are a reflection of the combined operating budget activities of 5 different business units. Structurally, we have 3 corporations and 2 501c3s. We have multiple general ledgers and use interagency grants to make sure everything is balanced and prepared correctly for all of the various audits. But from a business perspective, we are the EDIC and the BRA functioning as the BPDA. Next slide, please. I will walk you through our operating budget overview. Next slide. The revenue categories are, as you look at the proportions of the whole, you can see that the majority of revenue this year is grant income. This is OWD's revenue and has little to no administrative fee that comes with it. We do have more control over our rental and lease revenue, and our parking revenue are part of what make us a public business enterprise. As I had mentioned before, when one entity sends funding to another entity, it is shown as grant income to the receiving entity and expenses to the sending entity. Next slide, please. For expenses, as you can see again, OWD is growing with its new revenue. All that grant revenue will be spent out through RFPs to community-based organizations and is considered contractual expenses. The FY24 budget will see an increase in outside consulting services that is included in the contractual services category as well, but it's small in comparison to OWD's growth. Next slide, please. For the consolidated budget view, the first step in developing an annual budget is establishing reliable projections for the end of the current year. When it comes to FY23, I have shared at previous quarterly updates that spending was on budget for most categories, but we had savings in property management due to timing issues. Couple that controlled spending with strong revenue performance, and we believe FY23 will end with a healthy surplus. BPDA financial activity plays out over a long period of time, longer than any one particular fiscal year. With that in mind, we maintain reserve funds to be sure that we can match up one-time revenues with one-time expenses that do not always take place at the same time. Each year, the BPDA resets from an operating budgetary perspective. We determine what revenue we will be collecting in the next fiscal year and then decide what expenditures we are able to afford. This is going to lead us to the next column, which is our FY24 recommended budget. For FY24, we are budgeting $121 million in revenue and $121 million in expenses, leaving us with a very minor surplus. We are comfortable with this projection due to all the work we have done with all of our department heads across the agency and our up-to-date reporting. Next slide, please. For revenue highlights, OWD is set to see a large increase on both grant revenue and their offsetting expenses. The city has awarded OWD $13 million for FY24 to run Success-Linked youth employment programs. Federal grant funding of $11.6 million has been awarded to run the Good Jobs Challenge and ARPA programs, and $8.2 million has been awarded to fund the Youth Works program, an increase of $3.7 million from the program from FY23. The majority of this funding is community-based programming and will be distributed to nonprofits as the fiscal year goes on. For BPDA-related revenue, we see favorable performance from our tenants and our parking lots in FY23. We are budgeting a roughly $540,000 increase in tenant revenue and about $1.3 million increase from our FY23 parking budget based on our conversations with the real estate department and our outside managers. Next slide, please. For expense highlights, the BPDA is committed to filling out our workforce, and the FY24 personnel budget includes 324 full-time positions, with roughly 45 of those positions vacant. With the FY23 compensation study complete, the FY24 budget reflects this meaningful investment in our staff. The personnel budget also includes fund for merit increases and other salary adjustments, as well as a new internship program. We expect benefit spending to grow in parallel with our salary growth. For our non-personnel expenses, I think it's important to note that OWD does extraordinary work moving their funds out to the community, and their budget is showing an increase in grant-funded expenses of $28 million as a result of that increased revenue. Note on this slide, there are some other highlights in our contractual services category beyond OWD, and I'm happy to talk about that if the board is interested. The planning department, the urban design department, the development review department all have healthy budgets to support their strategic initiatives that will kick off in FY24. Next slide, please. Our capital construction project priorities are based on a comprehensive assessment of the agency's extraordinary infrastructure needs. As in the past, we built on our dynamic Airtable database and applied criteria such as public safety, asset preservation, financial ROI, risk of cost escalation, and the ability to leverage external funds. For FY24, we also applied the lens of the Strategic Work Plan, Climate Ready Boston, and the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park Master Plan update, and incorporated ongoing conversations with the City of Boston regarding assets and liabilities. We are proposing $51 million across 15 new projects, of which $30 million has been successfully funded by the city. Real estate staff has mapped out the requested projects to ensure a sustainable mix of design and construction phases to help smooth the workload for procurement and project managers. Next slide, please. The BPDA has a large list of capital construction projects. Our first priority is to complete all active projects from previous fiscal years while advancing new projects that are top priority for the capital construction department. We are grateful this year that the BPDA received a large increase in city funding for capital projects. We know for a long time that the BPDA maintains a large portion of waterfront areas, depreciating asset. An annual operating surplus has been moved into restricted funds for these projects. Next slide, please. And so this is the EDIC portion of the budget. EDIC's FY24 budget has 10 projects. These projects are extremely important and mostly focus on our public assets along the waterfront, including the South Jetty, wharf and bulkhead, the streets in the Marine Park, and any improvements on the 12-channel repair that we've discussed here tonight. Finance and procurement will be working closely with the real estate department to get these projects started in FY24. Next slide, please. This concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Michelle. Do we have questions or comments from the board? Well, I'd just like to take a moment to say congratulations to you and the team for crossing that 2024 budget finish line. I know what that feels like, so congratulations. So one question, what is related to the capital expenditure, what is the variance between what we need to spend versus like what we are able to spend?
That's a great question. I think I'll start, and then if William or Rebecca might want to hop in. We are maintaining what we hope is a fully encompassing list and inventory of all of the capital needs. We've estimated that to be somewhere between, depending on inflation that has happened recently, right? Somewhere between $400 and $500 million, depending on how far we go with some of these projects. So given that we have, I think, roughly about $18 million in reserve, we're not getting there. And so, I think at first, one of the first strategies was all those house doctor work order agreement contracts that we have sought your approval for has put the real estate construction team in a position to do a lot of scoping and feasibility work at the same time. And so our hope is that we'll start to put out larger, more comprehensive projects, similar to what you're seeing in our South Jetty project. And I think that is in part as these conversations have started with the city, that we're so grateful for this increased funding to address these public assets that I think we all care very deeply about Long Wharf and want to make sure that generations in the future have access to these assets. I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, absolutely. I really appreciate the clarity of your response and also just of the presentation in general of how you and your team are helping and working with everyone to plan and invest responsibly, and that makes our job of having fiduciary oversight of this large sum of funds easier. So I appreciate that, and again, congratulations. All of this investment does go into Boston's workforce through OWD, infrastructure that's badly needed, and what you and your team are doing in terms of supplier diversity is very commendable. So that's it. No questions. Okay. Any questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second?
Roll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thanks, Michelle. Okay, and agenda item number 10, we have personnel.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, and Director Jemison. We have a number of items for your consideration on the EDIC agenda with the exact details included in the board memos. We have 3 appointments in the Planning Department: Taylor Mays, Planner 1, Daniela Espinoza, Transportation Planning Assistant, and in the Urban Design Department, Sam Valentine, Senior Landscape Architect. We have 17 contracts in the IT department: Paul Coate and Emily Weija. In the Urban Design Department, Catherine Letoff and Michael Canizzo. In the Office of General Counsel, Hugo Solis. And in the Office of Workforce Development, Mark Bemis, Joan Kirshner, Irina Colon, Joanna Evans, Anthony Benoit, Alex Wen, Jingwen Gao, Edith Moritz Cody, Darlin Salami, Lily Clemente, Jordan Linehan, and Catherine Sullivan. We have 2 status changes in the Director's Office: Caitlin Coppinger for Senior Project Manager to Interim Housing Manager, and Lena Clark from Housing Compliance Assistant to Housing Compliance Manager. We also have 3 out-of-state travel requests, and we have 2 departures in the office of, in the Director's Office, Sophie Schmidt, Data Operations Manager, and in the Office of Workforce Development, Alexander Gray, Senior Policy Manager. Thank you, that's all.
Okay, any questions or comments from the board? Just want to say thank you for your service for those that are departing us, Sophie and Alexander, and welcome and congratulations to all that had status changes and promotions and just joined the team. So great. A motion is in order.
So moved.
Second?
I'll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you. And so that was the last item. I need a motion to adjourn this meeting.
So moved.
Second?
I'll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Meeting adjourned. Okay. On to the BPDA portion of the meeting. Okay, here we go. Thank you for joining the June Boston Redevelopment Authority Board meeting. At this time, the Boston Planning and Development Agency is continuing to host public meetings in a virtual setting for the health, safety, and accessibility of Boston residents. For more information and updates, visit bostonplans.org. The Open Public Meeting Law requires that I notify the public that this meeting is being recorded. Please be aware that an audio and visual recording of this meeting is being made and broadcast by Boston City TV, which is a part of the City of Boston Office of Communications at Xfinity Channel 24, RCN Channel 13, and Verizon Fios Channel 962. It is also being live streamed at boston.gov/cable. In the meeting, I will take a roll call of the members. Mr. Monahan.
Sorry, present?
Dr. Landsmark.
Present.
Mr. Miller.
Present.
And I, Crystal Rojas, am present. Okay. Agenda item number 1, request authorization for the approval of the minutes of the May 11, 2023 meeting. A motion is in order.
So moved.
Second?
We'll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 2, Request authorization to schedule a public hearing on July 13th, 2023 at 5:30 p.m. or the date and time to be determined by the director to consider the proposed Fenway Corners project as two development impact projects. The development plan for planned development area number 135 for the Fenway Corners project north and the development plan for planned development area number 136 for the Field Corners project west. A motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Lansmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion passes. Okay, item number 3 has been removed. And item number 4, Board of Appeal. Jeffrey.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Before you tonight are 48 zoning petitions for transmittal to the Board of Appeal. This will cover the board's meetings on June 27th and July 11th. Be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Lansmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you.
All right, item number 5. Request authorization to petition the Boston Zoning Commission to amend the current Article 28 of the Boston Zoning Code, which establishes the roles and responsibilities of the Boston Civic Design Commission. Diana.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm here today to speak to you about text amendments to Article 28. Next slide, please. So our Boston Civic Design Commission, or as we call it, the BCDC, is an advisory board and body that is comprised of members with demonstrated interest or expertise in urban design. The BCDC assists and advises the city in the design review of projects that affect the public realm, providing a forum for the general public and the professional design community to shape Boston's physical form and environment. It's particularly of importance that this group gives integrity to building structures, open spaces, parks, monuments, and really contributes to Boston's distinctive character and human scale. Next slide. Today, we're bringing forward some changes that really look at the modernization of the BCDC to really work with a lot of the feedback we've heard from the community around our needs around affordability, resiliency, and equity, and particularly look at guiding balanced growth in Boston. Next slide. We held a series of 3 workshops over the last year with the BCDC that were very well attended, both by the commissioners and by members of the public. During these workshops, we discussed changes to the process and structure that could really enable for better streamlining of the process within BCDC and to provide greater transparency to community members. A lot of the feedback we received from the commissioners themselves was that the review process often felt too fast and too focused and that they didn't have enough context. Others asked for greater alignment with neighborhood and city goals and really understanding how the city is taking a look at the broader social, economic, and cultural concerns of how these projects impact the urban design of our city. We really took all of this feedback to heart and really started to take a look at ways in which we can improve the processes and ensure that we have the expertise needed to address these goals. Next slide. The changes we are bringing forward, we have divided into 3 buckets. The first is really focused on commission composition. We are bringing some changes to you today that look at the addition of 2 BPDA administrative roles to facilitate conversations on the BCDC that represent both planning and urban design contexts. These are ex officio, non-voting BPDA seats that will be occupied by the planning director and the deputy chief of urban design. We also look to expand the experts eligible to serve on the BCDC to include disciplines of urban planning, architecture, landscape architecture, engineering, historic preservation, and the arts. And this is again to reflect our needs around resiliency and our growing efforts around understanding how to design and engineer solutions to protect our city. We also retain the discretion in these changes to appoint a youth member to the BCDC as a way in which to include the youth in the planning and design of our city. We've also looked to provide greater clarity by clarifying the language for the terms of office that the commissioners serve, serving for a total of 3 years, and ensuring that no member serves for more than 2 consecutive terms. And this is in an effort to ensure that we are sharing the diversity of our design talent in the city and allowing their participation on the commission. These changes really reflect our goals to align the commission with the goals of the city and to allow for more diverse viewpoints and to really create opportunities for a wider range of professionals to contribute to our interdisciplinary challenges we face as a city. Next slide. We've also looked at modernization that included procedures and review and recommendations. In order to streamline the process, we are looking to amend the article to move to a simple majority vote. This would enable us to ensure that we can have a simple majority vote of 5 commissioners versus currently 7, to help with the scheduling of the 13 commissioners and ensuring we have enough quorum to move projects forward in an expeditious way. We also wanted to recognize that the BPDA staff recommendations and BPDA design criteria are acknowledged in the design review process. And we've also expanded the definition of projects of special significance to include projects over 1 acre in size and include open space, given the amount of projects we've seen come in at this scale within our city. And again, we've just clarified that the BPDA staff will continue to maintain meeting records for the meeting. The outcomes associated with this set of changes are really about creating a more predictable timeline for our proponents. It's about ensuring that we empower our BPDA design staff review and planning staff, and to give structure to the commission review process. This also helps to bring the code into alignment with the practical functionality that is the way in which the commission operates today. Next slide. The final section is really focused around code conformity and streamlining. In an effort to streamline the code itself, we removed the preamble section and moved that content to the purpose section. We've also focused on the removal of the procedures for review, which is section 13, and replaced the disapproval and redesign section and combine that with the advisory recommendations to provide greater clarity. We hope that these minor adjustments make the code much more accessible, simplify the procedures, and bring the section into alignment with other boards and commissions where procedures are handled by bylaws. Next slide, please. All of these changes are really a reflection of our goals here to ensure that we as a city and our boards and commissions are ready to address our issues around resiliency, affordability, and equity, and that this is really just first step in continued engagement with the BCDC on process changes, but also on greater alignment with broader planning strategies such as the citywide design vision and our continued planning efforts. And we hope that this really sets into motion an update for BCDC so that we can look at their principles and priorities and again bring that into modernization. And with that, I end my presentation. Thank you, board members.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Okay, I just have just one question. Again, anytime we're kind of doing these large investments or changes that are being codified, just want to quickly recap and summarize before taking the vote, kind of clarify the why, like why did, what's the business case, what's our hypothesis, why did you kind of see these changes as being necessary and be codified. And kind of you went through the outcome, so I think we went through the results of what you think it'll be, but yeah, just kind of clarify the why. And then the second question is, are there any kind of risks to making these changes that we should be aware of? Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To answer your first question, the why around this is being responsive as a city to the growing challenges we see in our city. And I am a designer by training, and it's just really important to look at being able to bring our disciplinary talent to a lot of the issues we face as a city. And a lot of these changes really reflect that and our greater desire to have alignment with our broader city and planning goals so that we are moving projects together in alignment with each other. So the why for this is about really providing greater transparency around that and being responsive to the needs of our communities. In terms of your second question around risk, I would say that we don't necessarily foresee any risks associated with these changes. We believe these changes reflect the direction that the architecture, engineering, and construction industry has been going in which, in recent years, we've recognized how design solutions can solve for a lot of our big issues in our society through the built environment. This is really about uplifting that expertise and ensuring that we're being responsive to our development community and our community partners as we build a better city and deliver better design outcomes.
Great, thank you. Appreciate it. Any questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second?
I'll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Lansberg?
Aye.
Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Good luck to you and your design team. We look forward to seeing the outcomes.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Item number 6. Request authorization to permit the director to make recommendations on behalf of the Boston Planning and Development Agency to the Zoning Board of Appeal on applications for variances and/or conditional use permits. Kathleen.
Hi, good evening, members of the board, Secretary Polhemus and Director Jemison. I'm Kathleen Onifer, and I'm the Interim Director in Regulatory Planning and Zoning. And so I want to walk through this request both in terms of understanding the current process and all the work that goes into Jeff bringing those 48 recommendations for the Board of Appeal that happened 2 items ago to you, and how that we think these changes will allow us to have processes that are both more effective in conveying excellent planning recommendations, consistent in our interaction with the Board of Appeal, and will provide less stress on staff. So, over the last couple of years, the ISD is processing approximately 4,000 long-form building permits. So that's folks coming in and applying for a building permit. Of those applications, approximately 25% are refused for a zoning violation. And of those cases, when they are scheduled for a hearing, in previous years, the BPDA had been providing approximately 1,000 recommendations. And so somewhere between 900 to 1,200 cases. In the last year, where we have sort of spreadsheet level data on each one of those cases, we've had a reduced volume. So in the last sort of 12 months before those 48 you just approved, there were 723 cases before the Board of Appeal. 64 of those cases were Article 80 projects, where the board's recommendation through Article 80 becomes our recommendation to the Board of Appeal. And over 90% of them, 659, were sub-Article 80 cases, where staff prepare an individual recommendation for your endorsement. Next slide, please. In the current process, ISD, once they take those permit applications in, notifies BPDA staff of appeals of a building permit refusal on the basis of zoning, and provides a set of plans for review by BPDA planning staff. Over a very intense period of 4 to 5 working days directly before the board meeting, BPDA planners work closely to review those plans, to chase down missing information and draft proposed recommendations for what is currently 50 to 70 cases for your consideration. And BPDA planning staff also cannot comment on ZBA projects unless they have prior approval by the board. So we take very seriously that your recommendation is what allows us to issue those comments. Next slide, please. There are some challenges, right, of how that current process maps onto the Board of Appeal process. So you all as a board meet monthly, whereas the Board of Appeal meets 2 to 3 times per month. That means that sometimes the calendar and sort of scheduling of when a BPDA board meeting is or when a ZBA hearing schedule may happen can result in a ZBA case with no BPDA recommendation. And so, for example, this week there will be 3 cases going to Board of Appeal hearing without a recommendation from the BPDA as a result of this scheduling quirk. Plans also just sometimes arrive too late in order for us to be able to have that occur, the full review occur before the board meeting in order to get a recommendation. More frequently, plans, and particularly on significant projects that really attract both planning and community attention. Plans will be updated as a result of the BPDA board adoption of staff recommendations, as well as ongoing community process on a ZBA case. And that means that when this case then goes to the Board of Appeal, the BPDA recommendation is out of date. And the current process does not provide us the ability to generate updated recommendations, particularly given that challenge of misaligned schedules between the BPDA board meeting schedule and the Board of Appeal hearing schedule. Next slide, please. And so we're proposing a change through the delegation of, rather than these recommendations going to the board each month, the BPDA board delegating the authority to submit those recommendations to the Board of Appeal to the director. BPDA planners would still prepare recommendations in their current format, including applying good planning principles within the context of existing plans that the BPDA board has adopted to review cases and develop their recommendation, including consultation with BPDA urban design and transportation planning staff as needed on cases. This would create, through the delegation, a similar process to how BPDA urban designers complete design review and approve designs that are stamped with the director's signature without additional board oversight of content. And particularly, this would improve the ZBA process for BPDA staff in order to provide much needed planning context for the Board of Appeal as they consider applications for zoning relief across all cases. And then as a result of this process, we then would plan to return to you quarterly to report on trends and recommendations that the BPDA is making to the Board of Appeal, including number of cases, distribution of types of cases, and recommendations that we are making as staff. And so our recommendation is that in order to provide more complete and timely recommendations to the Zoning Board of Appeal, we're recommending that the board hereby authorize the director to submit said recommendations to the Board of Appeal on behalf of the agency. Thank you, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Okay, any questions or comments from the board?
Madam Chair, I have a quick question. Kathleen, I was on the board for ZBA for 12 years. If I was a developer or a homeowner for that matter, what's the biggest change? What's the biggest benefit?
So I think the biggest benefit from the user perspective is we're going to ensure that the scheduling quirk does not result in a case going forward without a BPDA recommendation. So we have had individual cases that, based on the scheduling quirk, didn't have a recommendation, and that was no one's fault in the process. And an assumption, right, would be that homeowner or that developer did something wrong, and it was just when their building permit got processed and what the calendar was. I also think that as a homeowner or a developer make a response to a planning recommendation that we make, our ability to update that recommendation in order to show the sort of change to our recommendation as it goes before the Board of Appeal will provide greater clarity for them in terms of the planning recommendation that we're making.
Great, thank you.
Okay. I do have one question. I'm just curious about, it sounds like a complicated process that you're trying to streamline, so definitely understand kind of the root causes there. But do we, what type of technology do we use to manage this process? Just curious.
That's a really great question, and something we're in a lot of conversations with ISD who manage the Board of Appeal process in order to continue to sort of streamline the effectiveness of this. So there are parts of this where the technology is really effective, and there's parts of this where long-term BPDA staffer Joanne Marcus is absolutely essential, and sometimes chasing down paper plans in order to really make sure that we have the most up-to-date information. So we enter all of the cases that we're providing a recommendation in, again, starting in the last year, into Airtable, in order that we're creating a database of both the cases themselves as well as our recommendations. And so that's something we're excited about in terms of our ability to both manage this on a consistent basis, but also to better track some of those trends and recommendations and be able to sort of provide that at a very broad level and a detailed level.
Okay, thank you. And since we're just wanted to like state for the record, make sure that we as board members understand, this is a motion to or a recommendation to delegate, right? Delegate oversight that the board previously had, and that to the director. And want to call out the last bullet point there. Well, if this passes, and we do delegate that, I do want it to be noted that the planning staff will be submitting a quarterly report on the trends and the recommendations, and so that is how I personally got comfortable that with the delegation, and that we'd still have some sort of reporting and knowledge. So, yeah. Any other questions, comments, concerns?
I have a question. As we move to streamline this process, are we making sure that a community group or abutters, if there's something that they don't like in this process, would it be more difficult for them to have this slowed down or stopped if the BPDA board is not involved?
So currently, the committee process is for cases of this scale are directed at the Board of Appeal, and sort of hearings are held on each community hearings, and notice through that are held through the Board of Appeal. So it will not change in any way the sort of avenues for community participation and consideration. I think one thing that it potentially offers as a benefit is the ability for us to update a recommendation based on revisions of plans that may happen directly into response to community input, particularly by nearby abutters, to make sure that when the Board of Appeal is considering a case, they're hearing the most up-to-date information from not only the proponent and the community members who may be participating, but also BPDA planners as the city's planning function.
Great, that's reassuring. Thanks, Kathleen.
Additional questions, comments? Okay. Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
We'll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Hansberg?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you, Kathleen. Item number 7. Request authorization to amend a certain license agreement with the Courageous Sailing Center of Boston Incorporated to extend the term of the current license agreement until December 31st, 2026, and to include 2 one-year option terms to permit the continued use of a portion of BRA-owned land located at Pier 4 in the Charlestown Navy Yard for a youth sailing program known as the Courageous Sailing Center. Dennis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Courageous Sailing Center, as I think we all know, has been a tenant on Pier 4 in the Charlestown Navy Yard for almost 20 years now. They provide an opportunity for children in the city of Boston to learn the sport of sailing free of charge. They currently utilize the pier to berth their vessels, park their vehicles, host their corporate office, fundraising events, and the meeting muster place for their sailors and staff. The current license term expires in December of 2023, and in recent years they've been limited to single-year extensions only. We are requesting permission today to extend it through December 31st of 2026, and also to increase the landlord-approved evening fundraising events from the current limit of 10 to 15. The reason I stress landlord-approved is that they will still need to get approval and a permit from the City of Boston Licensing Board. So we're not speaking for the licensing board, only as the landlord, we're not objecting. Some fundraising is currently challenged by the year-to-year status. The 3-year commitment will allow Courageous to be more strategic in their fundraising. For example, weddings and corporate retreats frequently book more than a year in advance, so they're losing out on a lot of those opportunities. So for that reason, we are requesting an extension of the Pier 4 license through December 31st of 2026, and the increase in the post-dusk fundraising opportunities from 10 to 15, subject to the City of Boston's approval. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions or comments from the board? Okay, just want to say, as a kid who didn't have the opportunity to sail, I really do, growing up, I really do appreciate the service that Courageous gives to Boston's youth. Yeah.
Thank you. They're an amenity that we're very happy to host.
Awesome. So questions or comments from the board? Hearing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dan Smart?
Aye.
Miller? And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thanks.
Thank you all.
Okay, item number 8. Request authorization to amend the license agreement with New Atlantic. So sorry. Okay. Request authorization to amend the license agreement with New Atlantic Development to extend the short-term use of a portion of 3 vacant lots owned by the BRA and commonly referred to as the Blair Lot to support the development project at 2147 Washington Street. Lauren.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Members of the board, it's good to see you again. The 2147 Washington Street project is a partnership of New Atlantic Development LLC and Dream Collaborative and is a Mayor's Office of Housing sponsored affordable housing project. The project includes affordable renting housing units marketed to artists and individuals engaged in the creative community. On June 16, 2022, the board approved a license for the New Atlantic to display an exterior building construction prototype pertaining to the redevelopment of 2147 Washington Street and to store 3 construction containers on the Blair Lot. Due to changes in the planned construction timetable of Newbie and Ascents Partners, New Atlantic is requesting to extend their temporary use until September 30th, 2023. The licensee acknowledges and agrees that the licensed premises is a future development site for the Newbie and Ascents projects, and the permitted uses herein are temporary. The amended term is with the acknowledgement of Mr. Taylor of Newbie and Ascents, will not interfere with any potential development, and will be revocable by either party with a 90-day notice. Due to the affordable housing component of this development and significant public subsidy required, no fee is proposed for the use of the licensed premises. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Monahan? Oh, roll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Julian Smart?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Okay. Let's hope we don't get any more dog barking. Thank you for dealing with that. Okay. Item number 9, request authorization to extend a license with the Chinese Historical Society of New England Incorporated to display a temporary public-facing bilingual exhibition on street-level windows at the China Trade Building located at 2 Boylston Street. Lauren.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. 2 Boylston Street, the China Trade Building, was constructed in 1887 and is a designated Boston landmark. Since the 1990s, several not-for-profit agencies based in Chinatown have called the China Trade Center home. These agencies provide welcome cultural and historical resources to the community. The Chinese Historical Center of New England is one of the above-referenced agencies that operate within the China Trade Center. CHSNE is the first educational organization dedicated solely to documenting, preserving, and promoting the history and legacy of Chinese immigration in New England. Endurance Street, Resilience and Response in Boston's Chinese Community is a collaboration between CHSNE and the Tisch Public Humanities Program at Tufts University. This public-facing bilingual exhibition consists of 12 banners displaying material drawn from the collection of the late activist and scholar Toonie Lee, whose archive was bequeathed to CHS-NE. The current agreement allows Endurance Streets to be available for public enjoyment through June 30th, 2023. Due to the popularity of the exhibit, the Historical Society is asked to extend the display through December 31st, 2023. I'm happy to answer any questions. And also invite you all down to see the windows at 2 Boylston to see the amazing Endurance Street.
Awesome, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Awesome, let's do a motion as an order.
So moved, and I believe that it's Tunny Lee.
I apologize, thank you.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Lansmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
The chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 10, request authorization to enter into 5 contracts for on-call transportation, planning, analysis, and design consultant services with Stantec Kittleson and Associates, McMahon Associates, Kleinfelder, and Tool Design Group for a total amount not to exceed $700,000 for a term not to exceed 1 year, with one additional 1-year option to extend each contract that may be exercised at the sole discretion of the BPDA. Lydia.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, and Dr. Jemison. My name is Lydia Housley. I am a senior transportation planner in BPDA's Transportation Infrastructure Planning Department. Following an RFP process that was authorized by this board in February of this year, I'm here again today seeking authorization to enter into the 5 on-call contracts that were just mentioned for transportation planning, analysis, and design. Through the RFP process, we received an impressive 9 proposals, all of which satisfied minimum threshold requirements and met the basic quality requirements that we outlined in the RFP. Given the breadth in both the content and scale that our department expects to cover with these contracts, the proposals we received were evaluated based on comparative evaluation criteria that were set forth in the RFP. And these included the respondent team qualifications, including their demonstrated experience on similar on-call contracts, project manager qualifications, and work experience that specifically demonstrated an understanding of the City of Boston's priorities and policies, and an ability to apply those principles to work in similar contexts. Each of the proposal we received was evaluated against this criteria by multiple reviewers on staff to establish a composite rating for each proposal. After this evaluation, the top 5 scoring respondents were determined to be Stantec, Kittleson & Associates, McMahon Associates, Kleinfelder, and Tool Design Group. Each of these respondents bring a substantial experience in transportation planning, analysis, and design, and are particularly well-versed in applying City of Boston priorities and policies to transportation decisions. Establishing multiple contracts that operate on an as-needed basis is going to give our staff the flexibility needed to meet varied scopes, tight project deadlines, and ensure that the consultant pool avoids any conflicts of interest. And with this pool of on-call consultants, our team will craft individual tasks, and depending on the scope of each, will solicit written quotes from 1 or more of the on-call teams prior to initiating any work. I want to emphasize that the issuance of these contracts does not obligate the BPDA to expend funds, nor does it entitle any of the selected consultants to any specific fee. And in total, it is expected that no more than $700,000 would be expended through these contracts, which will be funded through the operating budget. The term for the contracts will be 1 year, with one-year option to extend that may be exercised at the sole discretion of this board. And with that, I would thank you for your time and consideration and answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
We'll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Lansmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thanks, Lydia. All right, item number 11. Request authorization to enter into a contract for consultant services for Article 80 modernization development review operation study with Matrix Consulting Group in an amount not to exceed $1.2 million for a term of 9 months, with the option to extend the project to a total duration of 12 months, executed in 45-day increments. Nupur.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Secretary Bohemus, Director Jemison, and members of the board. The request before you in agenda item 11 is to authorize the BPDA to award a contract for a request for proposals to a consultant for consulting services to support the agency in its upcoming modernization of the Article 80 process. Next slide. The BPDA is proposing to undertake a study of our existing Article 80 operations, as well as the language of the code itself, with the help of this consultant. The board authorized us to issue 2 RFPs for the modernization project in February 2023, and today we're bringing forward 2 recommended consultants for your consideration. Next slide. The first of these 2 projects, which we are currently reviewing in the current agenda item, is an effort to modernize the Article 80 code and internal development review operations, including a detailed current state analysis and recommendations for potential improvement. Next slide. The goal of this operations and code modernization project is to study the potential for an up-to-date, streamlined, and efficient process, and it consists of the 5 tasks that are listed on the slide. The work will take place, as the chair referenced, over 9 to 12 months, and we are asking the board today to authorize the BPDA to enter into a contract not to exceed $1.2 million. Next slide. Since issuing the RFP in late February, we've received 4 responses to this particular RFP. All 4 have met the minimum qualification criteria and were interviewed by an evaluation committee. The evaluation committee consisted of representatives from across the BPDA, including development review, planning, urban design, and compliance. And after extensive discussion and evaluation, the committee recommends Matrix Consulting Group to the board for their consideration and approval. Next slide. The Matrix team, including key partners, which are listed here as Stantec, ZoneCo, and MLF Consulting, we believe is best positioned to deliver on the scope of services. They bring together national expertise in zoning analysis and operational review, as well as a deep working knowledge of Article 80. In addition, ZoneCo, who is a nationally renowned zoning consultant, brings a special focus on equitable zoning, and through their interview process and qualifications has demonstrated experience with conducting zoning reform in communities of color. Next slide. We are excited to begin working with the Matrix team. They provide the expertise needed to hit the ground running and develop compelling and impactful recommendations for the BPDA board to consider at the conclusion of this study. Next slide. We are also excited to continue working with the Article 80 Steering Committee, who are advising the BPDA on this study. The projects will also be informed by robust stakeholder engagement with staff, elected officials, community members who will all be impacted by any potential updates that are made to the process as a result of this study. And as always, all findings and recommendations from this work will be brought to the board for regular updates and consideration prior to any implementation or changes are made. Next. Ultimately, we believe that this is one of 2 projects which, when considered as a larger whole, have the potential to yield an improved development review process for the people it serves. And I will pause there and take questions about this agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the board? All right, just given the size of the investment, just want to clarify. So can you clarify kind of high level the why, why we're doing this? What is the outcome that we're hoping to see? And then, as you mentioned, the any changes would come to the board, right, for approval. But do you intend for that to be kind of all at once in one big, package, or do you kind of anticipate it being kind of prioritized and having kind of spaced out?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll take your second question first. Our intent is throughout the course of this project, since it is a 9 to 12-month effort, to come back to the board for regular updates as and when we hit certain project milestones with our recommended consultant. We want to make sure that we're keeping you abreast of any analysis that is done, any findings they may come up with, and obviously any recommendations as they develop over the course of these 9 to 12 months. In terms of the why, I'll just say a little bit, sort of to share my perspective, and then I'd invite Mike Christopher to jump in as well. The code itself was put into place in 1996. It's been a couple of decades since it was analyzed and updated. And so we believe at a staff level that there's potential to sort of bring it up into the 21st century and really make sure that we are doing right by the people that we serve through development review. So the effort is really to modernize and update the code and bring it into the 21st century. Mike, not sure if you want to add anything else there.
No, I think just Madam Chair, members of the board, I just echo those comments. The work we do is complicated, and as the board noted, the current governing code that we operate by dates back to 1996. And really the intent here is to modernize it and continue to be leaders in this space relative to permitting and regulating large-scale development projects for the city of Boston.
Thank you. That was very clear. I appreciate that. Any other questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second?
We'll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Lansmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 12, I am going to recuse myself, so I'll hand the floor over to Vice Chair Mike Monahan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Number 12, request authorization to enter into a contract for consultant services for Article 80 modernization, community engagement study with Archipelago Strategies Group in the amount not to exceed $550,000 for a term of 7 months, with the option to extend the project to a total duration of 9 months, executed in 45-day increments. Nicole will present again.
Thank you. Good afternoon again to Secretary Polhemus, Director Jemison, members of the board, and Vice Chair Monahan. The request before you is for agenda item 12 to authorize the board, to authorize the BPDA to award a contract for request for proposals for consultant services to support the agency in its upcoming modernization of Article 80. This time we're looking at sort of the second side of the same coin, which is focused on community engagement. Next slide. As I mentioned previously, this effort is focused on studying and recommending changes for how communities, developers, and the BPDA work together to shape development in the city of Boston. Next slide. This agenda item is regarding the second of 2 RFPs, which were issued in February at the approval of the board to support this work, specifically a review and analysis of the existing community engagement practices in Article 80 and development of recommendations to improve how that process is conducted. Next slide. The study will consist of 6 primary tasks, which are listed on the slide in front of you, and this work is anticipated to take place over the next 7 to 9 months. We are asking the board today to authorize the BPDA to enter into a contract not to exceed $550,000. Next slide. The BPDA also received 4 responses to this RFP. All 4 responses met the minimum qualification criteria and were interviewed by an evaluation committee. The committee for evaluation on this RFP consisted again of representatives from various city departments, including BPDA Development Review, Community Engagement, and the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services, as well as the BPDA's Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Department. The committee recommends unanimously that Archipelago Strategies Group, ASG, be approved by this board to conduct the study. Next slide. The ASG team, including their key partners, Rivera Consulting and Lazu Group, we believe is best positioned to build trust and support with communities across Boston as they pursue the goals of this project. The evaluation committee specifically highlighted the team's Boston-specific knowledge and a very strong language access plan. Next slide. We are excited to begin working with the ASG team. They provide the expertise that is needed to get started quickly and develop impactful recommendations for the BPDA board to consider at the conclusion of this study. Next slide. As with the operations study, this community engagement study as well will be guided by the Article 80 Steering Committee. And we are excited to begin working on the stakeholder engagement efforts with BPDA staff, with elected officials, and community members who will all potentially be impacted by these changes that we may consider at the end of the process. And as with the operations study, any findings, analysis, updates from this work will be brought back to the board for consideration and review prior to implementation. Next slide. I'll again conclude by saying that we really see these 2 efforts as being extremely interlinked and related, and part of a larger whole that, if implemented together, we hope will improve the development review process for all stakeholders involved. I'll pause there and take questions or comments from the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. Are there any questions from the board regarding the proposed contract? Seeing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Second?
Motion made and seconded. The chair, vice chair is voting in favor. Dr. Landsmark?
I vote in favor.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Good. Motion made and seconded. Carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, moving on to, thank you, Vice Chair Monahan. Moving on to item number 13, request authorization to advertise and issue a request for proposals to engage a consultant to assist in the preparation of the Beacon Park Yard Regional Framework Plan for an amount not to exceed $240,000. Ben.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Secretary, members of the board, and Director Jemison. As noted, my name is Ben Zunkler, and I'm a senior planner at the BPDA. I'm here before you today on behalf of BPDA staff to request authorization for the Secretary to advertise and issue a request for proposals for consultant services to assist BPDA staff in the preparation of the Beacon Park Yard Regional Framework Plan. BPDA staff believe that the RFP process will enable the BPDA to complete a faster and more thorough regional framework plan to support and inform the Mass DOT Alston Multimodal Project and associated regulatory and zoning parameters. The BPDA is seeking a consultant to perform planning and design tasks associated with Task 5 scenarios and Task 6 focus area or areas of the scope of services. These tasks will create diagrams for the plan area, which is generally consistent with the Alston Landing South subdistrict, of which Harvard is the sole landowner, as well as create a preferred concept for one or more high-priority representative areas of Beacon Park Yard, such as an area around the proposed West Station. The Beacon Park Yard Regional Framework Plan is expected to be completed prior to December 2024, and the request for proposals is estimated for an amount not to exceed $240,000 and is funded through project mitigation associated with the Harvard Phase A board memo dated July 14, 2022. In summary, BPDA staff recommend that the Secretary be authorized to advertise and issue a request for proposals for planning and design services associated with the Beacon Park Yard Regional Framework Plan. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thanks. All right, item number 14, request authorization to extend the tentative designation status of Drexel Village LLC as developer of the Crescent parcel in the Nubian Square area of Roxbury. Jonathan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Director Jemison, Madam Secretary, and members of the board. As you may remember, the BPA board tentatively designated Drexel Village LLC to be the developer of the Crescent parcel in November 2021 and extended their designation 3 times, with the last extension taking place on December 15th, 2022. The Crescent parcel is an approximately 73,000 square foot site composed of 8 parcels of vacant land, 2 owned by the BPDA, 3 owned by MassDOT, and 3 owned by the City of Boston. The property is located in both the campus high school and South End urban renewal areas. The BPDA released a request for proposal for the redevelopment of the Crescent parcel in January 2021. The RFP contemplated a mixed-use development consisting of residential housing with ground floor commercial or retail use. The guidelines of the RFP require any proposed redevelopment mitigate the loss of mature urban tree canopy, include public open space, respect the scale of adjacent development, and include placemaking opportunities. Drexel Village proposes a 313,000 square foot development with 206 rental units and 11 homeownership units, with 31,000 square feet of community space for the social service agencies currently located on the Crescent parcel, and parish space for the St. Catherine Drexel Church. The proposed development will also include improvements to the abutting parcel owned by the Roman Catholic Archdiocese of Boston. Since being granted TINO designation, the development team has made significant progress, including completing surveys, environmental reviews, formally submitting a letter of intent to the BPDA, preparing a project notification form, and engaging with MassDOT, Mayor's Office of Arts and Culture, and other city agencies. During the requested 10-month extension, the development team plans to file their project notification form, assemble necessary financing and equity, complete BPDA design review, complete Article 80 and Article 37, and negotiate the terms and conditions of a ground lease. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
We'll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Lansmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
The chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 15, request authorization to issue a certificate of completion for the successful completion of a porch, stairway, and walkway located at 45 Old Rutherford Avenue in Charlestown, in accordance with the land disposition agreement by and between the BRA and Robert G. Neely, dated December 5th, 1988. This is a certificate of completion, so a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
We'll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Lansmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 16. Request authorization to issue a certification of approval in accordance with Article 80E, Small Project Review of the Zoning Code for the construction of 33 residential units, including 5 IDP units, located at 521 through 523 Cambridge Street, and to take all related actions. We have Camille and Yarissima.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, members of the board, Director Jemison, and Secretary Paulinas. My name is Camille Platt, and I'm the project manager for the proposed project of 521 to 523 Cambridge Street in Alston, which is before you today. The proposed project is located just west of the intersection of Cambridge Street and North Beacon Street. The project site is comprised of 2 parcels containing approximately 9,045 square feet of land. The proposal includes the demolition of both an existing 2-story structure presently used for office space and an existing 1-story repair and service garage, as well as the termination of use of the used car lot that spans across the majority of the property. New construction will include the creation of a 6-story, 33-unit residential building, which includes 6 studios, 18 one-bedroom units, 7 2-bedrooms, and 2 3-bedroom units, and approximately 1,021 square feet of residential amenity space. Taking advantage of its transit-rich location, the proposed project will provide 0 on-site parking spaces. The proposal will feature a significant increase in landscape area with the introduction of green space fronting on Cambridge Street and along the western edge of the project site. The Article 80 process began in January of 2023. Since then, the project has evolved to meet existing neighborhood context with the help of staff and community feedback. I'd like to thank the Alston-Brighton community, elected officials, and staff who participated in the Article 80 process to gather to what is before you today. And I will now turn it over to Yari Cortez to walk us through the planning context. Thank you.
Thank you, Camille. Good evening, Chair Rojas, Secretary Poljimes, Director Jemison, and members of the board. My name is Yari Cortez, and I am a neighborhood planner for Alston-Brighton. The proposed project is located within the Alston-Brighton Mobility Study Plan adopted in 2022, which focuses on increasing mobility for all. During the review period, staff focused on affordability, design, streetscape improvements with special focus on Cambridge Street, and eliminating parking due to the proposed project's proximity to the MBTA Green Line, bus routes, and commuter rail. Next slide. The proposed project contributes to the overall walkability of the area and encourages multimodal mobility as described in the Alston-Brighton Mobility Study. The proposed project is split between the Harvard Community Commercial CC1 and 1 family residential 1F3000 subdistricts in the Alston-Brighton zoning district. But the proposed density and height respond to the site's proximity to multimodal transit options and proximity to a major neighborhood commercial area. These conditions support many of the city's goals in reducing private vehicle trips, increasing active transportation, and promoting walkable neighborhoods. I will now hand the presentation over to the proponent team to present in more detail. Thank you.
Good evening, good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Jemison, Secretary Polimus. My name is Johanna Schneider. I'm legal counsel for the project. I'm here on behalf of 521 to 523 Cambridge LLC. With me on the line are Milad and Mani Farahani, the developers, Rob Del Savio from Embark, our project architect, and Jay Walsh, our community relations consultant. As Camille described, we're here tonight with a project that proposes to replace an existing used car dealership on Cambridge Street in Alston with a 33-unit multifamily residential development. This really is an ideal site for a residential project of this scale. It's a short walk to the MBTA Green Line, the B Line, several bus routes, and the MBTA commuter rail. It's also proximate to a major neighborhood commercial area. Over the last year, we've worked with BPDA staff, and we've really sought to leverage the unique location of this project by providing no on-site parking, while focusing on promoting the use of biking and walking, and also providing a robust transportation demand management program, which will include providing each new tenant with a $300 voucher for the mode of transportation of their choice, Blue Bikes membership, car sharing, etc. There are numerous other benefits associated with this project, including the creation of 5 on-site IDP units, including a 3-bedroom unit that will create an opportunity for families. I also want to note that close to 18% of the project's square footage is devoted to affordable housing. We will be providing within the building all electric systems. We will be making an in-kind contribution to the city's Route 57 study, which is an offshoot of the Alston Brighton Mobility Study. We also will be closing existing curb cuts on the site and implementing multiple enhancements to the public realm, including the addition of significant new landscaping and a number of new street trees. We've had a robust review process, including multiple presentations to the Alston Civic Association, 2 community meetings, and meetings with Councilor Braden's office. I'm now going to turn things over to Rob Del Savio from Embark to walk through a short presentation so you can see the project.
Thank you, Johanna. If you could go to the next slide, please. So as Johanna summarized, we're in the Alston Brighton neighborhood. We're spanning between 2 different zoning districts, the 1F3000 as well as the CC1. We'll see that in a little bit more detail in a moment, with an overall lot size of about 9,000 square feet. And we're proposing new construction of a 6-story residential building with no on-site parking. We've got plenty of bicycle parking provided, 42 spaces for the residents, and the total unit count is about 33. Go to the next slide, please. So just to orient everybody, the circled area in red is the site. It lies on Cambridge Street, not too far off of Union Square, just to the west of Union Square. And you can see at this point, Cambridge Street and North Beacon start to narrow a bit. And that will become important as we look at the elevations, because in effect, all 4 sides of this building become highly visible. And you'll see that we treated the elevations accordingly. Next slide, please. Just looking down at almost a plan view of the site, the site is split between the 1F3000 district and the CC1 district, which is on the right here. There's commercial building to the right, another fast food restaurant to the rear, and then 531 Cambridge Street is a 4 or 5-story residential building, which was built about 20 years ago, just to the left of us. Next slide, please. We're in a great spot when it comes to transportation. We're within almost half a mile of Boston Landing T-stop. We're also served by numerous bus routes along the way, and the Green Line is just a little further to our south. Next slide, please. So this is a photograph of the site. The 2-story white residential-looking building is what lies in the 1F3000 district. That building is currently used as the office space for the used car lot, which is owned by the developer. So it spans across the site to the right. You can see on the right-hand side, the street frontage is pretty difficult to maintain right now and manage, given that it's just front ends of cars coming out to the sidewalk. So as we'll see in a moment, the new site plan will go a lot to reinvigorating the streetscape. Next slide, please. So here you can see the 1F3000 slice of the land on the left-hand side, where the 2-story office building was, supporting the commercial space on the right-hand side. Because of its use as a car lot, there's about 50 feet of existing curb cut that will be abandoned entirely when we go to the new development plan. So we'll reinstate that curb line and completely reconstruct the sidewalk from the curb line back to the property line. Next slide, please. Here are some context views. The top series of views are all on the Cambridge Street side, which is our side of the property. The middle slide is our immediate abutter that I was saying is about 4+1 story, which you can't see here. That lies just to the west of our site. As you go further up Cambridge Street, it becomes more two-story single-family residential developments, but that's a good distance then up from where the middle photograph is taken. Lying across the street is a series of 4-story, 3-story residential buildings, and as you start heading further west on Cambridge Street, it becomes more 2-family, 3-family type buildings. Next slide, please. And as I was saying, that the site lies at a point, almost a point between Cambridge Street and North Beacon, so a lot of the development that's happening is happening on both sides and highly visible, and informs the massing and the scale of what we're proposing here. Next slide, please. So these are the rough floor plans. The affordability, as Johanna was saying, was almost 18%. We have a good mixture of unit types, including a 3-bedroom unit, which we worked hard to get to work into the plan, but a 3-bedroom unit on the second floor with a 2-bedroom unit on the first floor. We've got good visibility on all the units. Without construction to the rear of us, they have good sight lines, as well as those fronting along Cambridge Street also have good sight lines. Next slide, please. This is a ground floor plan, Cambridge Street, again, at the bottom of the page. Our entrance to the residential building is in the blue zone there. We're programming some amenity space, lounge space on the right-hand side, which will allow activity to filter out onto the patio that we build. And all of the ground floor residences have outdoor space, and that's come as a result of us being able to push the building up the page or further deeper into the site. We're aligning with 533 Cambridge Street, which is the abutter just to the left in this drawing. So creating good amount of outdoor green space, way in excess of any of the green space that exists on site today, given that both lots are fully improved. And then easily accessible bicycle parking is on the corner in the back right, shown in red. Next slide, please. Landscape plan, again, with that increased setback from the property line, we're able to do a fair amount of planting to allow us to provide a little bit of privacy and some screening to those 2-3 patios that we were showing along Cambridge Street. And the same goes on the left-hand side, where we're pushing our building back a good distance from that fence line and allowing the 2 units that are down there to have some outdoor space. Next slide, please. So elevationally, again, because the building is almost on this point, we're highly exposed from all vantage points. So there's really no back to the building. We've done a lot of work to make sure that the use of materials are all similar from all 4 faces. They feature a combination of brick, cast stone products, which is what's shown in a sort of light buff color, as well as a metal panel shown in gray, with some accents on the top floor on the right-hand side of the first image in the top left, some wood panel materials. That's the backdrop to outdoor amenity space that supports the other outdoor spaces. Next slide. And some renderings, again, looking from the western side back to the site, with 531 Cambridge Street on the left. Our building's pictured just to the right of that. We believe it fits in well. We've taken cues from the adjacent building in terms of brick materials, elevations of the brick, and so forth. Next slide, please. And then looking back, almost with your back facing Union Square, looking to the west with the Dunkin' Donuts and 7-Eleven in the foreground, and the building there more clearly, you can see some of the outdoor amenity space on the top floor. That concludes the presentation.
We're happy to take any questions the board may have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Do you have any questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
We'll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Lansmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Congratulations and good luck.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate the affordable housing elements and the 18% in making that one 3-bedroom unit. So just wanted to say, I think that was a great aspect of this project.
Thank you.
Cheers. Okay. Item number 17. Request authorization to enter into an affordable housing agreement in connection with the proposed development located at 230 Washington Street and to take all related actions. Maggie.
Thank you, Chairwoman Rojas, Secretary Cornelius, Director Jameson, and members of the board. For the record, my name is Maggie Cherry, and I am the Housing Policy Manager. I'm here before you today on 230 Washington Street in Brighton. This is an 11-unit homeownership project that received its Zoning Board of Appeal approval on March 8th, 2022, and does not require Article 80 approval. This project is here before you today because it will provide one income-restricted inclusionary development policy unit and provide a $129,000 payment to the IDP Special Revenue Fund. Your vote today is to authorize the execution of an affordable housing agreement. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Mr. Litzmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you. Secretary Polhemus, should we do another one or?
Yes, let's take another one.
Item number 18, request authorization to issue a certification of approval in accordance with Article 80E, small project review of the zoning code for the construction of 22 affordable home ownership units, 1250, 1,250 square feet, ground floor commercial space, 11 off-street parking spaces located at 114 through 122 Harvard Street and 18 to 24 Standish Street, and to take all related actions. We have Tyler and Adriana.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. The proposal before you is an Article 80 small project at 114 to 122 Harvard Street and 18 to 24 Standish Street in Dorchester. The proposed project consists of 2 new residential buildings, both 100% affordable, between 80 and 100% AMIs. The building fronting Harvard Ave is a 3-story mixed-use building containing 16 residential condos, units, and 1 commercial space on the ground floor, approximately 1,200 square feet. The project will also provide 8 off-street parking spaces. The building fronting Standish Street will contain 6 condo units and 3 off-street parking spaces. In total, the project will consist of 22 affordable residential condo units and 1,200 square feet of retail space and 11 off-street parking spaces. Furthermore, the BPDA held a public meeting for this project in April 2023, which was well attended and advertised in local newspapers. Now, before I turn it over to Adriana Lasso-Hare from BPDA Planning to discuss the planning context, Declan Keefe and Travis Lee from the development team will then begin the presentation. I want to say thank you to the members of the board, elected officials, public, and city agencies who helped review this project. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board, Director Jemison, and Secretary Polhemus. My name is Adriana Lasso-Hare, and I'm a neighborhood planner covering Dorchester. Although the project before you is located in Dorchester, its zoning is part of Article 6C, which is the Greater Mattapan Neighborhood District, which makes it subject to the planning recommendations that are outlined in Plan Mattapan, the current neighborhood plan adopted in 2023. The proposed project is fully in line with the planning goals of Plan Mattapan, including those of supporting Mattapan's capacity as a neighborhood with plentiful and accessible homeownership opportunities, and also of developing multifamily housing close to transit. I'll also note that this proposed project is located in the planning boundaries of the Fairmount Planning Initiative, which is a planning process that was established in 2012 that laid out a comprehensive transit-oriented vision for the whole neighborhood corridor along the Fairmount Indigo Line. This project makes significant progress towards that plan's goals, including those of creating affordable, multifamily, transit-oriented housing, and also of promoting more development infill and reducing empty lots in the study area. Next slide, please. During review of this project, BPDA and city staff worked with the proponent to minimize the impact of the surface parking on the site and arrange it to maximize the usable open space for the residences. Staff also guided the inclusion of ADA accessible walkways from the parking as an alternative for the street-facing entries that originally required stairs to transition from the sidewalk grade. Additionally, staff worked with the proponent to set the building back far enough to create dimension for street trees along the entire frontage of the project. Pending board approval, staff will continue to work with the proponent on refining exterior design, such as cornices, porch, window types, and storefront details. I'll hand it over to Declan and the rest of the project team now.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm Declan Keefe. I'm one of the developers and architects of this project. My company's name is Co-Everything, and we're working with Teely Development as a co-development partner. And what we're looking at here is really identifying that it's two different sites that we're looking at today. It came in one RFP, that's why we're reviewing them together. But we have both those sites, and they're separated by 3 triple deckers in between. Next slide, please. You can see I'll reference the smaller site as the Standish Street site, and I'll reference the other along Harvard as the Harvard Street site. And you can see in this plan here that that's right next to the train line. Next slide, please. And both of the sites, just for context in the street, are both empty. You can see in the image on the right the proximity to the closest triple decker. You also can see there at the edge of the fence line that their fence actually is encroaching on this property, which you'll see in a future plan that we've had to adjust where our property line is. Next slide. So as was stated, this is actually in Dorchester, but it falls within the Greater Mattapan 3F5000 district. So we had reviewers from both Dorchester and Mattapan side of things as we were going through this process. We believe our proposal matches the neighborhood scale of those 3-story triple deckers along Standish Street. We've also included a small commercial space that is near the 1-story that you can see there, which has recently been renovated into commercial spaces, and the other 1-story across the street that has a corner store there too. Our project includes bike parking for all of the units. It includes 50% of parking for cars off street. We've maximized the green space working with the MOH and BPDA design review, and we will be providing sustainable home ownership, and all of the units are income restricted and affordable, averaging 90% AMI. And we can move on to the next slide. You can see here is a campaign that Co-Everything and our team has been working on. We noticed there's working with some tree experts. There's a lot of invasive trees on the property and some that are not doing well. And so instead of just removing the trees, we started a campaign with organizations like Speak for the Trees and the Harvard Triangle Tree Canopy campaign with Cynthia Francis, who lives in the neighborhood and is one of the directors of one of the neighborhood associations. And we're planning to add far more trees than will be removed, working with neighbors along Standish and Harvard to have them advocate for additional trees as part of the city's tree planting campaign. That's all in addition to the trees that we will be putting on our site itself. And we can move to the next slide. So here you can see the context of both of them along the street, with building setback allowing for space in front of the commercial space along Harvard. And you can see that we've also stepped the Harvard Street building back along Standish Street for more space there and accessible travel from the parking, as was noted. You can see that the parking covers 50% of the 22 units that are being offered and is split between the 2 different lots. You can see the Standish Street building is sort of it has 6 units in that building and is about the scale of 2 triple deckers. And so the aesthetic that we'll see in a minute is matching that. Next slide, please. This is just to note that the street section here, it steps down for commercial. We're allowing accessibility along the street as the roadway changes elevation along Harvard Street. Next. And here's elevations of the Harvard building. We can see in the bottom right-hand corner the actual facade that is along Harvard Street itself, showing front entryway both for residential, which is sort of in the middle of the building, and on the far right is the commercial, located there because it's most closely connected to the other commercial spaces that are across the street. You can see here different siding types that will be used throughout this building, mixes of vertical and horizontal mixed with brick in the commercial area. And balconies for nearly all of the units that you can see on several of the rear facades. Next slide. And as you saw before, this is a rendering from the corner of where Harvard and Standish meet. That's that commercial entry that's near us, most near us in this view. We don't have a specific tenant for the commercial space yet, though Travis Lee and the T. Lee development team have a track record in the neighborhood of working with local businesses to come and locate their businesses. And what we're trying to do here is actually sell this as a commercial condo. So a unique opportunity for a business or nonprofit to own their own space in Dorchester. And next slide, please. And here's just a simple section of Standish Street, not as much elevation change there. This is also ADA ground floor accessible. Next slide. And here's the elevations of the Standish Street building. As I mentioned before, if you look at the bottom right-hand corner, that's the facade facing Standish Street. The idea of the aesthetic is sort of two triple deckers next to one another, just like the row of triple deckers that is beside. Next. And here's a rendering of that I was talking about. On both buildings in Harvard and in Standish, we provided these planting beds and screening of where the parking is. Also added this sort of accessible ramp that ties into this front porch for Standish that gives an accessible path from the parking as well. Next slide. This was covered at the beginning, but just as a reminder, that's 22 homeownership units, all of which will be affordable with the average 90% AMI, with commercial space, and it's just a few minute walk from Talbot Ave train station. And the whole project on both of them will be designed to the Passive House standard. That's all for my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board?
I'm wondering what provisions you may have made for the survival of the new trees that are going in.
Yeah, that's a great question. And it's actually sort of the central point of the campaign that we've been working on. And Speak for the Trees has a whole part of, they're a nonprofit that works with, as one of their programs, works with local homeowners and does training programs on how could a homeowner essentially adopt a tree to take care of it and make sure that it survives. And so it's partly why we've worked with them as a partner, so that as we do advocacy in the campaign throughout the neighborhood, not only will we put trees around, but we'll find folks from the neighborhood who are willing to adopt and take care of them. And so it not just puts them there, but also sort of builds community along the way, which is part of our sort of focus in our company generally.
Thank you.
Okay. Additional questions or comments? Just like to comment the trend we've been seeing, but with this in particular of the affordable home ownership units being added to our housing stock, and I think it's a great addition as well for that commercial space to be ownership intention as well for a business, a local business or nonprofit, or so I liked it. Okay, there are no questions or concerns. Motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
We'll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Lance Mark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. The motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have now reached the time to switch over to our public hearings. We're going to take a brief 5-minute break to take a break before that. So we'll be back at 5:38. See you soon. So simultaneous Mandarin and Cantonese interpretation is being provided for this meeting using the language interpretation function within Zoom. We ask that you be patient in case of any technical issues. Language interpretation will not be enabled until instructions on how to access interpretations have been interpreted into Vietnamese. Once interpretation has been enabled, a globe icon will appear. A reminder to all that are speaking today, we ask that everyone speak slowly for the interpreters. If you're speaking too quickly, I may interrupt you and ask you to speak slower. Thank you. To enable the presentation for interpretation for Cantonese, you'll please click on the globe icon on the bottom of your screen and select Cantonese for Cantonese. To enable interpretation for Mandarin, please click on the globe icon on the bottom of your screen and select Mandarin for Mandarin. You must also mute original audio. So now I would like to invite, welcome Joan, who will be our interpreter. Joan, will you please interpret the instructions I gave into Cantonese?
Thank you, Madam Rojas. Good evening, everyone. My name is Joan. I'll be your Cantonese interpreter for tonight's meeting. 大家好，我係 Joan， 今晚嘅廣東話翻譯員。頭先咧，我哋嘅主席咧提到咧，我哋今晚喺呢兩個議程嘅題目入邊咧，係會有即時翻譯員嘅服務，分別有廣東話同埋普通話嘅。如果你需要廣東話即時傳譯嘅話咧，一陣間主持人咧、主席咧係開咗呢個嘅翻譯頻道嘅時候，你會見到熒光幕下方有一個地球儀嘅標誌。請你點選地球儀，然後揀語言廣東話 Cantonese， 咁咧你就可以聽到我一陣間嘅即時傳譯嘅。唔該晒大家 ，Thank you。
Okay, thank you. And now, Hua Ren, will you please now interpret the instructions I gave into Mandarin?
Thank you. My name is Haran. I am your Mandarin interpreter for tonight's meeting. 我叫浩然，我是你们今天晚上普通话的翻译。这个 meeting 今天晚上的这个会议呢，有那个广州话还有普通话的翻译。如果要听普通话的翻译的话呢，等一会呢，你可以在屏幕底下有一个小的地球仪，点开那个地球仪之后呢，用鼠标点到这个普通话 Mandarin 这个地方，那你就可以听到我的那个普通话的翻译。Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So now, Anisha, would you now activate and turn on the interpretation? Okay, as you can see, the globe icon has appeared down at the bottom. So select Mandarin for Mandarin and Cantonese for Cantonese. Just give people a second. If you're having any difficulty activating interpretation, please call the phone number on the screen. Please take note of the phone number on the screen, and if you have difficulties later in the meeting, you may call that number. Just want to double check, Secretary Polhemus, are we good on the two channels? Are they active?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Okay, let's get to the project. The project presentation has been translated into Chinese and is available on the BPDA website at bostonplans.org/about-us/BPDA-board/meetings. Please take note of the website address on the screen to enable the translated project presentation. This is a hearing before the Boston Redevelopment Authority, doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, being held in conformance with sections 80A-2 and 80B-5 of the Boston Zoning Code to consider the proposed project at 55 Summer Street as a development impact project. This hearing was duly advertised on June 1st, 2023 in the Boston Herald. This is a BPDA hearing on a proposed petition by the agency. Staff members will first present their case and are subject to questioning by members of the agency. Thereafter, anyone who wishes to testify about the proposed project will be afforded an opportunity. We are taking support and opposition at the same time. So if you're planning to testify, please take time now to verify that your computer microphone is active. Click on the hand icon on your Zoom control panel, and that will signal to the staff that you would like to speak. When your hand is raised, it will be blue. If you are calling into this meeting and would like to testify, please dial *9 to raise your hand. When I call for all testimony, staff will announce your name and allow you to talk. You must unmute your microphone, but your webcam will not be active. In an effort to accommodate all who would like to speak about this proposal, each person will be given up to 2 minutes to comment. BPDA staff will indicate when 30 seconds remain. At that time, we ask that you please conclude your remarks so that the hearing may continue and others may be heard. Finally, the proponents are allowed a period of 5 to 10 minutes for rebuttal if they so desire. And Nick Carter will now begin the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, and good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Jemison, and Secretary Bohemus. We are here before you this evening to present the proposed conversion and rehabilitation of the existing office building located at 55 Summer Street in downtown Boston. As proposed, the existing building will be converted to office and lab uses, adding new mechanical systems on the roof to support the new uses, and updating the building's sustainability, achieving LEED Silver and exploring options to achieve LEED Gold. The project will also be eliminating existing parking and creating a new bike parking and shower facility. On the plaza at the intersection of Summer and Chauncey Streets, the project will update the plaza in public realm, preserving the 6 existing honey locust trees, creating a new seating space, and providing space for a future bus connection. In addition to the plaza, the project has elected to make a voluntary linkage contribution of $60,790. Before I have the project team take you through the project, Angel Guzman from our downtown and neighborhood planning team will give you the planning context for the project. Additionally, could I request that Kathy Bell, the architect for the project, be promoted to a panelist? Thank you.
Thank you, Nick, and good evening, Chair Rojas, Secretary Polimas, and members of the board. My name is Angel Guzman, and I am a BPDA planner with the zoning compliance team. The project site is located within the downtown business district, which is the subject of Plan Downtown, a BPDA planning initiative that began in September 2018, but was suspended in February 2020 because of the COVID-19 pandemic and restarted in November 2022. The stated goal of the plan is to develop a new framework for the preservation, enhancement, and growth of downtown Boston as a place for all, balancing livability, daylight, walkability, climate change preparedness, access to open space, affordability, and a dynamic mix of uses. Since the plan is ongoing, BPDA Planning Division staff has continued to review projects under the framework of neighborhood context, adopted citywide plans, including Imagine Boston and Go Boston 2030, the zoning code, and public feedback to review the project. Staff also reviews associated public realm improvements for alignment with the draft Plan Downtown recommendations, which were at a higher resolution upon pausing the plan and the zoning recommendations. Next slide, please. The key considerations of BPDA staff during the review were securing improvements to the entry plaza's public realm at the corner of Chauncey and Summer Streets, and ensuring a safe pedestrian experience along the Kingston Street parking, while being sensitive to the loading and security needs of the building. The adjacent neighborhood includes a mix of office, residential, and retail uses, and it is located within close proximity of downtown crossing. The proposed project is in conformance with the underlying zoning and the development standards presented in the life science building design guidelines. It also aligns with the revitalization goals of the downtown conversion study and will overall support the existing nature and future growth of downtown. Thank you, and I will now turn it over to the development team to present the project in more detail.
Thank you, Angel and Nick. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. I am here today on behalf of Phase 3 Real Estate to present this project to reposition the existing 55 Summer Street office building located in the vibrant community of downtown Crossing. As Nick stated, the project consists of a conversion from existing office to a 50-50 mix of R&D and office use. We are confident in our ability to restore occupancy back to a building that has been sitting vacant for some time, which will bring much needed foot traffic back to an area of downtown that is still recovering from the pandemic. As you will see in our presentation, we focused heavily on the restoration of the existing courtyard in the front of the building. We are excited about our ability to not only preserve the existing mature honey locust trees located on this site, but also make them a key feature of this area of the public realm that has been neglected for some time. We are happy to have the support of the Downtown Business Improvement District and look forward to being an integral part of the downtown community. With that being said, I'd like now to turn the presentation over to our lead project architect with NBBJ, Kathy Bell, to present the project in more detail. Thank you.
Thank you, Gannon, and thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. I will take you through our presentation efficiently here. And so just in context, as you can see, we're right in the downtown crossing area here, within 5-minute walk of 3 red line stations, 2 orange line stations, and many bus lines that run through here. Next. Some existing context. You'll recognize the 55 Summer building here at the top left, our plaza that we are spending a lot of design time on. You can see that CVS in the base of the building, the retail. You can see the Kingston Street views in the middle there are our loading dock view in the middle and the bottom, and then a view from the east. You can see Macy's on the right, so we're just behind Macy's there with the plaza on the corner. Next slide. So our site plan, the existing 10-story building is the parallelogram in the middle, and then there's an existing 2-story area that has the loading dock in there that faces Kingston Street off to the right. Summer Street is along the top, and Chauncey Street is along the left side there. So the orientation. Next slide. So this is our first floor plan. Again, our existing retail is in here, the CVS. There's also the existing building main entry up to the upper floors there on the right. You can see our entry plaza on the top there, right in the corner of Chauncey and Summer. And then our loading dock and parking area off of Kingston, off to the right. Next slide, please. So showing you our building sections, which are existing, and shows you the 10-story tower, and then the 2-story piece off, you can see off to the right. A couple reasons showing you these. We have no change in massing to the building. This is all, except for the plaza and the landscape, it's all internal. But we do have our high-efficiency mechanical systems located on the roofs, and both on the upper and then the lower roofs. The lower roof mechanical will be screened. The upper, as we found in doing various view studies, the screen is actually more obtrusive than just allowing the equipment to be set back from the edge of the roof. So there won't be screen at the top because we found to be just a better view without it. So next slide, please. So the landscape design, this you can see here the proposed new plaza, and then the proposed loading dock area on the right. Again, as we've said, we are preserving all the honey locusts that exist there in the plaza, and we are designing around those, and actually there's a device that helps to protect that. I'll go into that, and we have some views of the design. So next slide. So this area here is on the top left. This is an existing view of the loading dock area, and then 2 views of our proposed upgrade of the area. We still have a few parking spots back here, but primarily this is for the loading and then for our new covered bike parking. We're also adding a ramp that makes this entry accessible for those coming in on their bike. We're also upgrading the fence and the materials back here. Next slide. So this is existing conditions of the plaza. Many issues with the materials over time. There's been various patches of the brick, with different brick, with asphalt and whatnot. There's also some signage and other things that make this quite cluttered and actually difficult to move around. There's also been some settling of the plaza that makes this very difficult from an accessibility standpoint, and we are remedying that in our new design. So next slide. So the design basically revolves around these light pods that help, again, to protect the base of these trees. It provides seating and helps with a little bit of enclosure of the plaza. And so, the goals of our landscape design was to create a more of a visual impact, much more amenity to this corner, as well as the downtown crossing area. Again, to preserve the trees, to create a safer place both during the day and at night, and then to support pop-up events in the area as well as other flexible programming. So next slide, please. So some views in the next number of slides is a daytime view, obviously. So you can see these pods around the base of the trees, creating various places to sit. Also just kind of creating a little bit more of an enclosure of the plaza. You can see our existing honey locusts spread out throughout the plaza. Next slide, please. So a nighttime view, you can see the lights here, and the idea with these lights is that they either correspond to events that are happening here or to what's happening in Boston, say 4th of July, or if the Celtics or the Red Sox or the Bruins win, to kind of join in on the celebration. So next slide, please. Again, some more views. We really are very excited about this new plaza, so I'm showing you a number of views here. But nighttime, very well lit, much the idea to be safe out here, with the folks coming into the building, the new tenants, and given the life science nature. They might be here at various hours, and so we want to make sure that it's safe not only for the city and the neighborhood, but also for the folks coming in and out of the building. Next slide, please. Some more views. Next slide. That's it. And then just to end with one more view of the plaza. So I think we've touched on the summary of the benefits, improving that corner plaza, not only the aesthetics, but the accessibility, really making that an amenity to the neighborhood. Certainly with increased employment, not only during construction, but once this building is fully occupied, with the folks coming in here, many different types of folks and positions. So, making a vibrant corner again with 55 Summer being full of folks and creating customers for the nearby retail and restaurants. And then, of course, the property tax revenues of the building. So next slide. So here's some of the mitigation as far as voluntary contributions, and over $600,000 of contributions here, and I'm sure that, the detail is within all of our documents. Next slide. So I now went over this in the beginning, but we have our increased bike parking, our plaza improvements, streetscape improvements, blue bikes contribution here, the increased job, both permanent and during construction, diverse types of jobs within the life science nature of the tenants. A walk score 99, we're close to, as I said, many of the orange and the red line and the minibuses right in the middle of town. And then our LEED Silver goal, we do have stormwater retention in the back in that loading area. Again, preservation of the tree canopy and looking at permeable pavers, within our plaza in the back. I think that concludes my presentation. So, thank you
so much. As this is a public hearing, we will begin with taking any testimony from the public. So, Secretary Bohemus, do we have folks that would like to testify?
Michael Burns, you can unmute yourself.
Yes, good evening. Thank you, Madam Secretary Bohemus, Madam Chair Rojas, Director Jemison, and the BPDA Board. And thank you as well to the Phase 3 development team for your presentation tonight. My name is Michael Burns, and I'm a business representative for the Sheet Metal Workers Local 17 here in Boston. I represent several hundred men and women, Boston residents, and I rise tonight on behalf of my membership to support this project. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Minor Perez, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Madam Chair, members of the board, Mina Perez representing the Carpenters Union. On behalf of hundreds of our members that live and work throughout the city of Boston, we want to go on record in strong support of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Doug Meyer, you can unmute yourself.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. As Gannon referenced earlier in the presentation, we have been delighted to support this project since the proponents first acquired the property, and we've met with them on multiple occasions, and we submitted a support letter, and we look forward to continuing to work with them as the project gets going. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Lorraine Folks, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, good afternoon. Lorraine Folks here again. This looks like a wonderful project. I'm very impressed with the number of jobs and the lengths that you've gone to make this eye-friendly. However, there's some questions about safety, and I'm just chiming into the safety aspects of you talked about earlier about the neighborhood safety and the safety of the workers in the life sciences. The ones that are working in the labs, trying to find out how many core labs will there be per building. Building 1 has how many core labs, building facility 2 has how many core labs, and the levels of the security levels of these labs. Are they 1s, are they 2s, 3s, 4s? Is this facility being tailored to accommodate level 3s and 4s in anticipation of being able to convert them if the laws change, saying that there's an ability to do level 3 and 4 experiments? That would be with the pathogen and gain of function experiments, because NIH is actually the ones who will be funding these things along with the pharmaceutical companies. So those are the questions that I would like to ask. And there's also a whole another group of questions. If something were to happen, what's the neighborhood alert system? How do you alert the people that are working in that area, who live in that area, that there's a leak in the lab or something, there was a release of some sort, something happened to the water system, something happened with one of the insectariums, or how do you do that? And what department is designated to be contacted at the city level and at the owner's level, whoever that is, to alert the neighbors.
Thanks so much, Sarah. I just to let you know this, we won't have the developers respond to any questions during this portion of it, but I've taken note of the themes that you mentioned. So happy to ask those in the board session.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Dan Cody, you can unmute yourself. Hi.
Good evening, and thank you for having us. My name is Dan Cody. I'm a business agent at Boston Pipe, Local 537. I'm representing our members of Boston, and I wanted to rise in support of this project, and thank you for having us on this meeting.
Thank you. Gary Walker, you can unmute yourself.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, Director Jemison, Gary Walker, Electrical Workers, Local 103. I'd just like to speak in strong support also. Thank you.
Thank you. Chatton Green, you can unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hi, my name is Tom Green. I'm a Boston resident. I'm also an agent for the Boston Building Trades Unions. I want to speak in support of this project. I want to thank the development team at Phase 3. I want to thank the BPDA for hosting this important community meeting. It's important that the community has a voice. Like I said, it's a great project, and the careers that come from this project are going to be great. And we all know that great careers help build up communities. So thank you again, and can't wait to start this project. It's a great one.
Thank you. Tom Pecoraro, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, I'm Tom Pecoraro. I'm one of the business agents with the Iron Workers Local 7. And I want to thank everybody for their presentation, and as well as everyone else that's already spoke before me. I rise in favor of this project, and thank you.
Thank you. Robert McDonough, you can unmute yourself.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to first off by thanking the BPDA on the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Robert McDonough, business agent of Labor's Local 223 in Dorchester. And on behalf of the over 1,000 members we represent, hundreds of which are City of Boston residents, we speak in full support of this project, along with my brothers and sisters in the building trades. And I'd just like to thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Pat O'Toole, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Pat O'Toole, and I represent the members of Local 6. I'm a marketing representative there, and I just wanted to support this project. That's it.
Thank you. Does anybody else want to testify about this project? Please raise your... Oh. Claire Allen, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, how you doing?
Good.
That's good. I think you have maybe one or two residents that ask questions, and we can't ask them directly. I don't know how this is a community meeting for the because who knows how you relay questions from the residents to the people that developers. Like, how are we supposed to be able to put our opinion on this, considering that we're living within these laboratories? Why aren't we able to speak to them directly?
No, thank you very much, Claire. And it's just it's the process, it's the structure of.
What was our point of sitting here, though? I don't understand.
So let me.
You let us know if we don't get to talk and just listen. That'd be good.
Okay, so the way that that a public hearing works is anybody who would like to testify has 2 minutes to give their opinion, right? It's okay if you do have questions, like I indicated to, I believe it's Lorraine. I'll take note of the questions, of the themes, and we'll get responses that way. But the way that's structured, that's
So
just
is this a new way of public hearings?
No, not for public hearings.
Oh, okay, so most of the time we just sit and listen and not able to relay our thoughts to the people who are speaking to us.
Yeah, so you can relay your thoughts now. We'll go ahead and give you the 2 minutes to do that.
Lorraine did relay my thoughts.
Okay, are those the same questions?
Yes, because there's no understanding of what type of labs we're dealing with. And I think that people that live in the area would like to know everything that comes along, you know, with the regulations and what are they living next to and or working next to or daycare next to or church into. We would like to know these things.
Absolutely, thank you.
I understand that the developers want to do their work, but you know, the city residents that make the city would also just like to know what are they next to.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm with you. So I think that's a really good segue. I appreciate your participation, Claire. We do have to move on, but
yes, ma'am.
We'll go right into the board questioning. So the themes that we heard throughout the letters, and then for those that came to this meeting, were kind of some clarification around neighborhood safety. The kind of the number of core labs and kind of how the labs are distributed throughout the buildings. And then the final one, and very, very important, we always cover this, for all life sciences lab buildings. Can you please go over the security levels, explain kind of what that is, and give some oversight as well of, give an overview as well of the kind of the what happens, right, with the controls that are in place when if something were to happen, right, from a safety perspective, how does that work? So yeah, that was a lot of things at once, so we can start wherever.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and certainly please remind me if there's something I didn't address as a part of this question. First, in regards to Lorraine's question with the Facility 1 versus Facility 2, I do want to just state again that this is a single structure. It did look a little bit confusing with the parabolic shape of the building itself, but it is a 10-story existing office building. The second floor of that building kind of juts out a little bit, but is connected. It is our intent to create single tenant floors within each of the upper floors. CVS is existing to remain. So floors 2 through 10 will house single tenant floors. The average size of those floors, give or take, is around 8,000 or 9,000 square feet. In our nature of splitting it up into 50-50, creating office space for the life science users there, it breaks down to about 4,500 square feet of lab and 4,500 square feet of office on a typical floor, which is a fairly small footprint within the office and lab space. It lends itself to be conducive for research and development use only as a result. The nature of existing buildings, we're using as much as we can within the existing building and existing infrastructure of the building. Does mean that we can only create so much infrastructure to support typically BSL 1 and 2 type of biosafety levels. That would be equivalent to something that you would find on Harvard or MIT's campus in terms of research and development use. Those are the type of groups that we typically work with, much smaller groups that are kind of using the space as the step-out space to kind of continue to perform their science in a research and development use. Certainly not, the facility certainly is not capable of housing any level of production. So I just want to make sure I answered the safety level question and addressed the facility use question from Lorraine there.
Yes, so Lorraine can't comment much from it, but I do want to just kind of make sure that it's clear that I understand that the safety levels that you're asking for approval for would be 1 or 2.
Correct.
Okay, so either one of those. So, you know, as the proponent mentioned, you know, and just to inform you, the public, on that anything that is going to be a level 3 does have kind of a whole nother additional like approval process. So, yeah, so that's just a little edification. It's a lot in these processes. So,
Madam Chair, if I could, I know we're not done with testimony yet, but I think it's important in case there's others that are going to go down this path. Gannon, how many public hearings were there for this project in the year?
Yeah, with the IAG, we had an IAG meeting, which the public was invited to, obviously, and a separate public meeting as well.
Okay, so there's already been forums for people to ask these questions. So the answer is yes. So I'd like, you know, get back on track for those that may be going down this path that the Secretary hasn't brought up to speak either way, in favor or against for. So thank you.
Great. And so the other two items kind of related, so let's go on the security levels. Can you talk a little bit about, you know, what procedures, what's in place in the event that there is, you know, a safety incident? You know, how do you normally manage that?
Yes, so without getting, or with an attempt to not try and get too technical on this call, obviously everything is designed in accordance with all applicable codes and requirements from both local AHG, state level codes, AHJs, excuse me, and state level codes. So with regards to, you know, for example, control areas, something in this business where it's a rated room, has specific containment, specific ventilation requirements, specific requirements to provide both life safety and lab standby generators in the event of loss of power. All is designed in accordance with, you know, once again, AHJ and state level requirements to support, you know, a safe environment. We obviously go through a level of scrutiny with inspections with the building department, with the Boston Fire Department, to be able to create space, you know, and occupy space that is safe for anybody walking in and around the area. So that's kind of a high-level view of it. Certainly, we have some consultants on the phone that can certainly speak to more of the specifics of the design and engineering of it, but we are definitely in conformance, as is required to be able to pull and submit a permit for it.
Yeah, that's great. I think that's from a, I don't think we need to get further into the design specifics, but can you just respond to, you know, yes, we, you know, hopefully all of those controls and safety precautions prevent there from being an incident, but if there were, kind of, what is the response, the typical kind of response actions that happen?
There would be any incident that could happen, which could happen in any type of building, would be pertaining to fire. And in that case, there's a building fire alarm system, strobes, notification system. The building tenants are notified, obviously, to vacate the building in the event of an emergency, and as a result, the fire department is automatically called out to respond.
Okay, and I think the question was kind of more on, like, is there any kind of notification? I'm not too sure how the proximity of your, you know, neighbors where people are living.
I don't think I understand the question fully as far as like there's no other building notification system outside.
More if the abutters, right? Like, you know, be notified, say like something, you know, a safety issue did happen and it, you know, had to do with some materials or something. Would there be some sort of communication to the surrounding area that, you know, an event has occurred?
Okay, yeah. Well, what we'll do is we can get a list of our abutters and we can reach out to them and set up that process and put something in place so that there is a notification process there.
Okay. Great. So I think I'm satisfied that we covered those themes. The last one was neighborhood safety. So I know you mentioned something about it already, but can you go back to that and just reiterate those parts?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that question one last time?
The neighborhood safety, it might be, maybe Kathy might be better. You talked about it in your presentation, so can can you just go over that part again?
Sure. You know, in redoing the plaza and the loading dock area, the lighting levels, the, you know, just the materials as far as like, you know, walking through there, everything is just upgraded, much easier to, you know, see and be seen. It just, the whole design is to make people feel safe within that plaza and then, you know, in the back area. So it's, it has a lot to do with lighting and just make it so much more accessible and someplace that people want to hang out in and want to go through. So just a vibrant area and a well-lit area at night. So.
Great, thank you. And you know, also, you know, the process doesn't stop at this meeting. So if I did not do your question justice, or you have additional questions, you can still reach out to the project manager, and we'll be able to kind of coordinate with the developer to make sure that you get a response to your question if that wasn't kind of sufficient. So, okay. Any other questions or comments from the board?
Yes, I've got two questions. And one, was there ever any consideration of looking at converting this to residential? And if not, why not? And if I could get the answer, then I'll ask the second question, please.
Yeah, the building itself, we are primarily a life science developer, Brian, so I can't really respond in regards to looking at it and the ability to convert it to a residential use. So I'm sorry, I just don't think I can answer that question beyond that lens.
Fair enough. I thought I'd ask it. You know, it looks like an area that people would be very interested in living. And the second comment I have is, this is an important intersection, and it really has gotten run down over the past few years. The plaza's in bad shape. Who owns the plaza? Are you the owner of the building, or is that city property?
We own the plaza up to the sidewalk.
Okay. I do notice that most of the benefit, I think there's about $700,000 in community benefit. Most of the community benefit is the $600,000 of improvement to the plaza, but that's your space?
That's also meant to include the sidewalk improvements that we're doing as well on the entire property line frontage. So we are replacing the existing sidewalk with new concrete paving, as well as in conjunction with BTD. We are working on a curb line adjustment to reduce the drive aisle there in support of a new Silver Line bus stop that the BTD and MBTA would like to put in along Chauncey Street. So we've put together those plans, and we're doing that in conjunction with DPW and the stakeholders of the PIC.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Okay, additional questions?
I had one additional question, which I think is an elaboration on a question raised by one of the last of the people who testified. I think there were a series of community meetings where these plans were presented, and it may be that some folks are seeing these plans really for the first time. And what I wonder is whether there was any specific focused outreach to some of the residents or community organizations in Chinatown, which is really only a couple of blocks away, and it's one of the most densely populated parts of the city, and one that is more severely impacted by environmental conditions, negative environmental conditions, in other parts of the city. And what I'm hearing being asked is whether there was outreach to that community and the contingency plans for notifying folks in the event that their was some sort of issue with the laboratory at this location.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Chair, and Member Landsmark, if I could just jump in quickly just to speak to process relative to the Article 80, and then we can talk to the proponent about their specific outreach. So this project is in the downtown core. It went through the public process that it went through is standard to all large project review relative to notification in local newspapers, as well as using the BPDA downtown neighborhood email blast, which I believe does include the Chinatown community. And just relative to any response as it relates to, because the lab industry is something we are ever getting a better understanding of how it works and how it relates to just certain things like emergency response. If there was any emergency response, it would be treated just similar to like any emergency response relative to say like a fire in a building, where the standard operating of procedures that deals with any kind of major incident within a building would be reacted to by usually the fire department. So that is kind of standard operating procedure. It could be any standard building that might, if it involves anything that is chemical or anything like that, obviously labs have a higher concentration of that. When they respond, they have a way of responding to the type of fire that they think that, not that they think that the science kind of tells them that they're responding to. So that is very standard. So labs don't have their own kind of response. They do have a hazmat response relative to the type of unit that responds, but as it relates to kind of the emergency response is the emergency response that is standard across all kind of emergency responses in relation to any kind of incident within buildings.
Thanks, Mike. Fair enough. And we should just take note of the fact that we have a well-equipped firehouse that's only 3 or 4 blocks away from this site, if I remember correctly. So any response time, I suspect, would be quite quick. So thank you.
And I think just one other important note, we did work with Councilor Flynn, who has been consistent in his advocacy for the Chinatown community, and we did we did notices in Mandarin and Cantonese relative to notifications of the public meetings.
Thank you. Any additional questions or comments? And again, just want to reiterate, if you do have additional questions, you can contact the project manager, Nick Carter, or someone at the BPDA, and we can find a way to get you the responses that you need to your questions. So we do that regularly. So thank you. If there's no other questions, motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, let's go to the second public hearing. Simultaneous Mandarin and Cantonese interpretation is being provided for this meeting using the language interpretation function within Zoom. We have already enabled the language interpretation function, so you can access it by clicking on the globe icon at the bottom and selecting Mandarin for Mandarin and Cantonese for Cantonese. So we'll, can we have the translators just repeat that?
Because the interpretation is actually, okay, he stopped it.
Okay.
Yeah, it was on.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Joan, will be the Cantonese interpreter for tonight. 大家好，我係廣東話翻譯員。今晚咧，我哋嘅會議係會有廣東話同埋普通話嘅即時傳譯服務嘅。一陣間主席咧會係啟動呢個翻譯服務咧，你會喺熒光幕下方見到有地球儀嘅標誌。請你撳落去地球儀標誌，揀選語言，即係廣東話 Cantonese， 你就可以聽到我哋一間嘅即時傳譯。唔該晒 ，thank you。
Hi, good evening. My name is Hao Ran. I'm your Mandarin interpreter for tonight's meeting. 我叫浩然，我是你们今天晚上普通话的翻译会议主持人呢。一会呢会把这个翻译房间打开当这个翻译房间打开的时候呢，你可以在屏幕底下看到有一个小的地球仪，把这个地球仪点开，然后用你的鼠标点到普通话这个地方，你就可以听到普通话的翻译。谢谢大家 ，Thank you。
Priscilla, you're muted.
Thanks. So just wanted, the globe icon is now active, so we'll go with that. Apologies. Okay, if you're having any difficulty activating interpretation, please call the phone number on the screen. Please take note of the phone number on the screen, and if you have any difficulties later in the meeting, you may call that number. The presentation has been translated into Chinese and is available on the BPDA website at bostonplans.org/about-us/BPDA-board/board-meetings. Please take note of the website address on the screen to enable the project presentation translated. This is a public hearing before the Boston Redevelopment Authority doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, being held in conformance with sections 80B and 80C of the Boston Zoning Code to consider the proposed project and development plan for planned development area number 142, located at 155 North Beacon Street in Allston, Brighton. This hearing was duly advertised on June 1st, 2023 in the Boston Herald. This is a BPDA hearing on a proposed petition by the agency. Staff members will first present their case and are subject to questioning by members of the agency. Thereafter, anyone who wishes to testify about the proposed project will be afforded an opportunity. We are taking support and opposition at the same time. If you are planning to testify, please take time now to verify that your computer microphone is active. Click on the hand icon on your Zoom control panel. This will signal to the staff that you would like to speak. When your hand is raised, it will be blue. If you are calling into the meeting and would like to testify, please dial *9 to raise your hand. When I call for all testimony, staff will announce your name and allow you to talk. You must unmute your microphone. Your webcam will not be active. In an effort to accommodate all who would like to speak about this proposal, each person will be given up to 2 minutes to comment. BPDA staff will indicate when 30 seconds remain. At that time, please conclude your remarks so that the hearing may continue and others may be heard. Finally, the proponents are allowed a period of 5 to 10 minutes for rebuttal if they so desire. Caitlin will now begin the presentation.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Director Jemison, Madam Secretary, and members of the board. My name is Caitlin Coppinger, Interim Housing Manager. The item before you is the proposed planned development area and project at 155 North Beacon Street. The project site is bounded to the north by the 6-level guest street parking garage, to the east by Life Street and an iStorage self-storage facility, to the south by North Beacon Street and a 3-story residential apartment, to the west by the WGBH headquarters. The project site currently contains a 2-story commercial building that has been historically occupied in the past by a music rehearsal space and other commercial tenants. This structure will be demolished to make way for the proposed project, which as proposed contemplates the construction of 3 new life science buildings on the project site containing in aggregate up to 409,000 square feet. The 3 buildings will vary in height from 3 to 6 stories. The ground floor of the campus will include lab and office space, as well as a publicly accessible use such as retail and a winter garden. The ground floor will also include a bicycle parking facility, including up to 229 bicycle parking spaces. The parking facility will include a 24/7 bike parking facility that's open to the public, as well as 2 publicly accessible restrooms. The project will include no more than 324 parking spaces and will also include 30,500 square feet of publicly accessible open space. The Article 80 process began in September of 2021, and since then the project has undergone significant refinements in its massing and design that has evolved in response to the existing neighborhood context, staff, and community feedback. Most significantly, the mitigation package has been shaped in response to community feedback. This robust package includes the dedication of the publicly accessible open space, dedication of the project site to realign Life Street with Etna Street, the publicly accessible bicycle storage program, the designing and construction of new lab classrooms at Brighton High School, as well as the transfer of the 290 North Beacon Street site to the ownership of the BPDA for the creation of affordable rehearsal space and other compatible uses. Councilor Breeden unfortunately couldn't join us tonight, but has passed on her great appreciation of IQHQ's mitigation measures and the conveyance of the 290 North Beacon Street site. I'm joined here tonight by Kim Tai, David Surratt, William Ashton, and Matt Formicola from IQHQ. Before we turn it over to them to begin their presentation, I'm happy to turn it over to Ben Zunkler from the planning team to discuss the planning context, and then to Chief Kara Elliott Ortega and Jared Staley from the Mayor's Office of Arts and Culture to further discuss the artist mitigation package.
Thank you, Caitlin, and good evening, Madam Chair, Madam Secretary, members of the board, and Director Jemison. As Caitlin mentioned, my name is Ben Zunkler, and I'm a senior planner at the BPDA, focused on Allston and Brighton. The project before you sits within the BPDA Brighton Guest Street Planning Study, adopted in 2012, and the BPDA Allston Brighton Mobility Study, adopted in 2021. These studies identified several key issues for the area, including establishing a mixed-use, transit-oriented district as a western gateway to Boston, creating urban blocks with a higher degree of streetscapes, the need for long-term funding of commuter rail service, which was achieved through subsequent advocacy, study by the state, and property owner funding commitment, multimodal improvements, including adding a blue bike station and supporting the Allston Brighton mobility initiatives. Next slide, please. In our review of the proposed project, BPDA staff considered several ways that it is consistent with plan recommendations for the area. Through the creation of an urban block pattern, realigning Live Street and connecting back to Guest Street, by stepping down development towards North Beacon to meet the adjacent scale, in emphasizing active uses including retail, restaurants, ground floor assembly, and workspaces with a high visual interest, as part of a continued redevelopment and multimodal improvements west towards Market along North Beacon for a vibrant urban crossroads, and in alignment with the long-term vision of the Brighton Guest Street study as an urban mixed-use destination with community and residential uses along North Beacon. Additionally, BPDA staff considered the Mayor's Office of Arts and Culture, Arts, Culture, and Placekeeping report completed in 2021 in regards to the significant existing cultural asset on site. And I'm happy to turn it over to Chief Kara Elliott Ortega and Jared Staley to discuss that context in more detail. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you to the board for having us speak to this project today. I'm Kara Elliott Ortega, Chief of Arts and Culture. I'm going to pass it to Jared here in a moment to read a statement from the Mayor's Office of Arts and Culture, but I wanted to start by expressing our support for this project and stress the significance and the importance of this mitigation package for 155 North Beacon. This has been a really collaborative effort between the city, DPA, and the proponent IQHQ to come up with a real long-term solution for the music community in Allston Brighton and for the artist community more broadly. So I just want to say I appreciate everyone's efforts and what it communicates about our shared value and real belief in arts and creativity having a long-term permanent place here in the city of Boston. So just want to express my gratitude and support, and with that I will pass it to Jared. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. And thank you, Chair Rojas, Secretary Belhemus, Director Jemison, and members of the board. My name is Jared Staley, and I'm the Cultural Planning Project Manager for Development Review in the Mayor's Office of Arts and Culture. Thank you for having our office at tonight's meeting. I'm here tonight to share additional context to the mitigation package proposed by the 155 North Beacon Street project team. The Mayor's Office of Arts and Culture, also referred to as MOAC, has been working to address the stabilization and expansion of space for artists to make and share their work in our city. 155 North Beacon Street is no exception. This site was home to the Sound Museum, a music rehearsal and recording space which served hundreds of musicians in Austin, Brighton, and the city. Sound Museum was the largest remaining rehearsal space building of its type in Boston. Both its scale, 40,000 square feet, including 140 rehearsal spaces and 2 recording studios, and its affordability were singular in Boston. Early this year, the at-will lease agreement between Sound Museum and IQHQ expired. In an effort to secure an immediate and short-term home for these musicians, the Art Stays Here Coalition and Mayor Michelle Wu established a 2-year agreement with Center Court Mass, LLC, for a swing space located at 55 Morrissey Boulevard. The space opened in March and is home to 80-plus temporary and affordable rehearsal spaces managed by the Record Co. While the swing space at 55 Morrissey provided some relief to displaced musicians, the long-term future of music rehearsal space remained a priority for our office. Mayor Wu and MOAC, in collaboration with the BPDA and IQHQ, worked to find a solution to support the arts ecosystem in Boston. I'm excited to share with you that as a part of the mitigation package, should the 155 North Beacon Street project be approved, the City of Boston will acquire 290 North Beacon Street to be preserved as a space for the arts. The building is approximately 35,000 square feet and was purchased by IQHQ for $18 million last year. The 290 North Beacon Street building is the largest mitigation package MOAC and the BPDA have received to help support the arts and culture community in Boston. These efforts are in line with the city's overarching goal of achieving no net loss of cultural space. Our office would like to thank everyone involved in support of securing this building. We appreciate the collaboration and partnership between our office and the BPDA. We are excited to continue to collaborate on the community visioning and eventual request for proposals for this building with the BPDA, should you approve the 155 North Beacon project. Thank you for your time, and I will now hand it off to the development team to present their project.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Caitlin. Thank you, BPDA board members, for taking the time to meet with us and to review our project. The proposed project, as Caitlin said, is located on North Beacon Street next to WGBH building, which is adjacent to the Market Street Bridge. As you can see, the project massing has been broken down into 3 unique massings on the site to create a campus of buildings centered around the Central Plaza. The massings are set back from North Beacon Street to create a wider public realm and step up towards the back, north part of the site. The site also realizes the Life Street realignment as suggested in the Brighton Guest Street area planning study from 2012. Next slide, please. The next slide, we'd like to talk about a few key issues. 1, the building program. As you can see, there are 3 different buildings. Building 1, starting on the left-hand side, 2, and 3. The Building 1 program includes tenant space in dark gray, retail in the southeast corner, a building entry lobby, and neighborhood bike storage and public restrooms. Building 2 and 3 share a multi-story entry lobby with a glass roof. Building 2 is tenant space, while Building 3 has retail on the east side and the southwest corner. Second thing we want to touch on here is circulation. Note there's 1 main entry into Building 1 off the Central Plaza. Building 2 and 3 share a lobby with entries at both the east and west sides. All entries are accessible. At the southwest of Building 1, there is an entry to the underground parking. At the northeast of Building 2, there is an entry to the underground loading dock. We envision people coming down from Boston Landing Commuter Rail to Life Street to enter the building. They could cut through building lobby. They could cut through the Building 2-3 lobby to get to Building 1's or points beyond to the west. They could also circulate around Life Street to points west on North Beacon Street and vice versa at the end of the day or when they're returning home. One other thing to note, we've provided over 30,000 square feet of new public realm by setting the building back from the south and east property line. The Center Plaza is approximately 14,000 square feet, and Life Street Plaza is approximately 6,000 square feet. Over the next few slides, we will break down these spaces in detail. Caitlin, you said the next slide doesn't work, is that correct?
Correct,
oh, okay,
yeah.
great. This one works. Okay, thank you. The Center Plaza, which is, this is the Center Plaza. All the buildings are organized around the Center Plaza. The Center Plaza features a landscape space, which we received a lot of great feedback from the community, which helped to make this a great family-friendly space. The plaza includes several things. One, climbing rocks for seating or playing, which is great for kids. 2, public Wi-Fi, which the community asked for. 3, there's cafe seating that spills out from the cafe with catenary lighting. 5, there's a play lawn at the south here that's circular shaped. There's also blue bike stations, which you can see in the new furnishing space, which was created by, again, pushing that building back. We have bike racks in the Center Plaza, per the Boston parking guidelines. We're also proposing native and pollinator plantings. There's a neat wood wave bench, which again could be used for kids to plan or sit on. And then we also have a stone feature wall in the center, which is a nautilus shape. Next slide, please. This slide shows a view of the Center Plaza from North Beacon Street. As you can see in the foreground, the new separated bike path, the enhanced furnishing zone with larger planting areas, tree beds, and benches that can face each other or be in the shape of a T for people to talk to. Looking further back, you can see the landscape space and the outdoor cafe seating on the left, and plantings in the Central Plaza. Next slide, please. This is the Life Street Plaza. The feedback from urban design and the community helped to create the landscape Life Street Plaza, which is created by setting the building back from the property line. It features 1, the main building entry into buildings 2 and 3 with a canopy that covered that entry. Bike racks again, granite steps with an equitable ramp on center to the building entry by the building drop-off. There's also public Wi-Fi, again asked by the community. There's a wood seating element on top of our wood terrace and wood top bench seating at the North Beacon Street. One thing to note too, due to site grades, this plaza does step up to the building entry, but it does have accessible ramps and slopes to get up to that space. Next slide, please. This image shows a view of North Beacon Street looking at the Life Street Plaza with landscape planners, the center point of entry to the retail and the building lobby and wood bench seating. The retail is right there, kind of in the center of the image where that handrail is. Next slide, please. These next few slides will show eye-level perspectives of the building design. Through workshops with the BPDA and feedback from BCDC, we are excited to show the building facades. So all the building massings have a unique color that's carried up to the top of the building to make each massing feel individual. Similar details have been carried throughout the buildings to provide a unifying element to the campus, like the windows or the building materials and more. In the foreground, you can see the new crosswalks at the realigned Life Street, the new bike lanes, which we're working on with the city, the corner retail, again, pushed back a little bit there at Building 3, and the Life Street Plaza next to the realigned Life Street. The building in the foreground, the reddish building, is Building 3. It has 3 occupiable floors. And then as you move back towards the site, the lighter color building, that's Building 2, and it has 6 stories of occupiable space. Next slide, please. This view looks northeast at Building 3 and 2. The Building 3, which is the one in the foreground, the Building 3 massing steps back to the north of the campus to be respectful of the neighborhood massings. The taller building in the back of the site helps to screen the parking garage. The mechanical screens change material but keep the same color to enforce the building massing. Also note the bike lanes in the foreground. Again, the separated bike path that we're working with on the city, and the new proposed crosswalks at Glencoe Street. Next slide, please. This view looks northwest at Building 1. Building 1 is 3 stories at North Beacon Street and steps back to the 6 stories of the site. It also features a single color to unify the building massing, and the building details match those of Building 2 and 3. Next slide. In this image, we want to focus on some safety items for pedestrians and bike riders. We're cutting back the entry so drivers can get a better westbound view of pedestrians and bikes. There'll be building and post-mounted signage to alert bikes and pedestrians of cars exiting the garage. We're proposing to add inside walk lights that illuminate when cars are exiting the garage, large visual striping as well to mark the garage entry and exit, and we'll work with the city to provide correct markings per city standards. And we'll use these same features on our loading dock entry on the east side. Next slide, please. I'm going to turn it over to Sarah from the Green Engineer to talk about this part.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm Sarah Michaelman. I'm a principal with the Green Engineer. We are the sustainable design consultants for the project. From the start, this project team collaborated to set very ambitious sustainability goals. Through a process of strategic decision-making, the development is able to significantly mitigate its environmental impact. We're meeting and exceeding the requirements of Article 80, Subarticle 37, green buildings. The project is targeting 71 LEED credit points. We are using the LEED Core and Shell V4 rating system. The 71 points exceeds the 60-point threshold for gold certifiable, by a significant amount. Also, as noted here on the slide, the project is designed to be zero net carbon. So really, supporting the city's goals towards carbon neutrality. This is achieved through the inclusion of high-performance building systems, a high-performance building envelope, on-site renewable energy in the form of photovoltaics, and also investing in purchased renewable energy. Moving beyond the building, the project is also dedicated to addressing the health and wellness of the future building occupants. The interior environment will have high-quality ventilation, access to daylight. There's also the winter garden and other exterior landscape spaces for the public and the building occupants. The interior finished materials that are specified for the project were vetted for low toxicity, as well as having a reduced environmental impact. And also of note, the project does include features from both the Fitwel and the WELL Healthy Buildings rating systems. Go on to the next slide.
Thank you, Sarah. My name is Kim Tai. I'm Director of Development here at IQHQ, and just wanted to briefly talk about some of the public benefits that you've already heard previously, that in recognition of the need to preserve music, culture, and history in the Allston Brighton neighborhood, that IQHQ is gifting the City of Boston BPDA a new building at 290 North Beacon. In addition to that, we also have committed and are going to construct new lab classrooms at Brighton High, and partnering with Brighton High School to structure new STEAM programming targeting all ages in that new space. In addition to that, we are directing our affordable housing linkage to the Boston Housing Authority at the neighboring Nathaniel Gardens housing development. And just to not take up too much time, we are realigning Life Street as well as providing public realm space that you heard previously, in addition to activating the public realm. So with that, that ends our presentation, and thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you. We are now, this is a public hearing, so I'll pass it over to Secretary Polhemus to go over anyone who would like to testify.
So I see Jared Staley from MOAC has his hand up. Did you want to add something else, Jared?
Sorry, we received 3 letters from artists who could not attend tonight's meeting. I was hoping to read those into tonight's meeting.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. So the first one is from Jim Healy. Good afternoon, my name is Jim Healy. I'm a Dorchester resident and longtime subtenant of the former Sound Museum located at 155 North Beacon Street in Brighton. Please accept my written/read testimony today. I've been a professional musician in Boston for over 35 years, have had various rehearsal studios including South Boston, the South End, and in Brighton these last 20 years. Although we are saddened to lose our space at 155, we worked with the Art Stays Here Coalition, who found us interim space at 55 Morrissey Boulevard in Dorchester, while we look forward to returning to Brighton at 290 North Beacon Street. On behalf of myself, my band, Blood Lighting, and all Boston musicians, I thank IQHQ for hearing our needs and for their generosity of gifting the new building to the city, so it may keep music rehearsal in Boston proper and affordable. Also thanks to Mayor Wu's office, Councilor Braden, Kara Elliott Ortega, Chief of Arts and Culture, and the BPDA for working together to help us all. Thank you. The second is from Matt Harrington. Thank you for allowing my testimony at today's BPDA board meeting. My name is Matthew Harrington. I am a resident of Brighton and a former longtime subtenant of the Sound Museum at 155 North Beacon Street in Brighton. I want to thank all involved for helping find both long-term and interim solutions for the hundreds of musicians who called 155 North Beacon Street their creative home. Although it's not ideal to move to Dorchester and then move back to Brighton, we are glad to continue having affordable, safe, dedicated music rehearsal studios in our city, which are desperately needed. On behalf of my band, Cortez, I want to thank IQHQ for being the good neighbor they promised to be and for donating an unprecedented property to the city for music rehearsal. I also want to thank the city for committing to the creative arts and recognizing the vital importance of art and artists to Boston. I hope more developers will look to IQHQ's example and work with the city to ensure that Boston remains a thriving place for artists and musicians to live, create, and continue to build a vibrant and diverse culture now and in the future. Thank you. And the last is from Jesse Van Grove. My name is Jesse Van Grove. I'm a resident of Charlestown, a former subtenant of the Sound Museum, and a current musician tenant at the Charlestown Rehearsal Studios. I also make my living working as an audio engineer for live concerts and venues throughout Boston. The loss of the former rehearsal space complex at 155 North Beacon Street is hugely significant to the music ecosystem of Boston and the surrounding area. For decades, it was home to over 700 musicians whose creative endeavors are part of the symbiotic businesses, including recording studios, live concert venues, music retailers, music repair shops, record stores, and others. While the closing of the rehearsal spaces at 155 North Beacon did not directly impact my band or my ability to practice my instrument, the existence of music rehearsal spaces in the city of Boston has a direct impact on my ability to earn a living and afford to live in the city. And the existence of a thriving music scene brings numerous cultural and economic benefits to the city at large. There is an arts, music, and cultural space crisis in Boston, with arts displacement all too linked to development. As I write this, myself and hundreds of musicians at Charlestown Rehearsal Studios have also been at risk of displacement, as our new landlords have planned to turn our music rehearsal studios into self-storage units. Since January of this year, we have organized ourselves, and with the help of various folks in the city, including Chief Elliott Ortega of the Mayor's Office of Arts and Culture, Sean Breen of the Office of Neighborhood Services, and City Councilor Gabriela Coletta, and arts advocacy groups Art Stays Here, we are now working with our landlords to preserve the music rehearsal studios, as we must protect and preserve all creative arts spaces in our city. The proposed creation of a permanent rehearsal space at 290 North Beacon as mitigation for the loss of 155 North Beacon Street provides me with an uplifting feeling of hope that as a city, we are finally beginning to recognize the immense value of resources like these bring to our communities. On behalf of my fellow musicians in Charlestown and citywide, I applaud all parties involved for creating a permanent way to return musicians back to Allston Brighton. I hope that this is just the first of many permanent solutions put into action over the coming years. Please continue to help keep musicians, artists, and other creatives living and working in our city, so in turn we can keep sharing our art and music in the neighborhoods and communities we call home. Thank you for your time and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Jared. Shaitan Green, you can unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Okay, hi, my name is Shaitan Green. I'm a Boston resident. I'm also a business agent for the Boston Building Trades Unions. I wanted to thank the BPDA for hosting this important meeting. I thank our opportunity for community voice support. I also wanted to thank IQHQ for being a great regional partner, and also thank you to Kim and Dave and the whole team. The work done on this job will be built union, which means that will help build great careers for residents and members of the building trades. And we all know that great careers help build great communities in so many ways. So for that reason, I support this project. And again, thank you so much. This will be a great job.
Thank you. Michael Burns, you can unmute yourself.
Yes, good evening. Thank you, Madam Secretary Bohemus, Madam Chair Rojas, Director Jemison, and the BPDA Board. Special thanks as well to IQH2 to echo Chatan's words, they are a great regional partner with our community and especially building trades. Just a great group, and we're appreciative of what they're doing in our city. My name is Michael Burns. I'm a business rep for the Sheet Metal Workers Local 17 here in Boston. I represent several hundred men and women who are Boston residents, and I rise tonight on behalf of my membership to support this project, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Daniel Daly, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair and Madam Secretary, and thank you to the board members for allowing me to speak this evening. My name is Daniel Daly. I'm a lifelong resident of Boston Brighton, and I live in close proximity to this proposal. I'm also an IAG member on this project, and I rise to support this proposal because of the commitment of the developer to partner with Brighton High School, creating lab space, training, and funding and relocating the Sound Museum music rehearsal studio, which I was a part of for over 20 years myself. And as a local 103 IBW member, the commitment to good union construction jobs and permanent career jobs for fellow Boston residents on the site is a wonderful benefit. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Minor Perez, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Madam Chair, members of the board, Minor Perez representing the Carpenters Union. First, I want to thank the BPDA for conducting a really good and thorough review process. I also want to thank the Office of Mayor Michelle Wood for allowing the community to be part of the process. And finally, thanks to the proponent for changing and keep committing to the community on what is coming to this project. Great job, great outreach. The Carpenters Union with great pride will stand before you to support this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Minor. Andrew Bott, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you. Andrew Bott, Boston resident and head of school at Brighton High School. Thank you to the board for allowing me to speak. I'm speaking in support of the project. At large, I think the project brings incredible benefits to the Brighton community, Austin Brighton community, and specifically for the transformative support of Brighton High School with new lab space and programming that IQHQ is bringing to our students and families of Boston. So I speak in favor of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan Cody, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Thank you, everybody, for having us. BPD, Madam Secretary, Chairman, IQHQ. Dan Cody, business agent for Boston Pipers, Local 537. I represent a couple hundred Boston residents, and I'm for you in favor of this proposed project.
Thank you. Rick Keogh, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you very much. And I want to thank the Madam Chair and the board members. I think the BPDA does a great job with this, and it's great for the community. I'm a representative of the Sheet Metal Workers Local 17, and I want to commend IQHQ for the project itself. They've done a great job for a development team for the community in the area. I represent hundreds of men in the area, and I go to the community meetings. I'm on this, on the Zoom, and I just want to say I approve of this project. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Pat O'Toole, you can unmute yourself.
Good evening. My name is Pat O'Toole. I just wanted to first thank the BPDA and the board for having this meeting this evening. I represent the members of Local 6, the Heat and Frost Insulators and Allied Workers, and all the members who live in Boston. The amount of jobs that this is going to provide for the unions, but as well as the members who live in the community, we support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Nicholas Varga, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Nicholas Varga. I'm a City of Boston resident, and I wanted to speak in support of this project. I think the way that the developer has communicated with the community as well as set aside space for mitigation of the studios is great. I know 2 bands that rehearsed in this studio, and initially it didn't look like there was going to be any replacement space, So the fact that there is, and it's in the Brighton area, and there's temporary measures in place is really great and a commendable effort, and I think it should be replicated elsewhere as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicholas. Lorraine Folks, you can unmute yourself.
Good evening again. Thank you for this opportunity to speak again. Having been raised in a house where we appreciated music and also a union household, I truly appreciate the fact that there are jobs that are going to be given to Boston residents, and there will be not just an observation of the Boston residents' jobs policy, but an obedience and compliance with it. That's very much appreciated. Another issue, the issue of safety, and I'm understanding that you can't let us ask questions directly of the developer, so I will ask it of the Boston Planning Development Agency staff. What sorts of tutoring or informationals have you given to the members of the IAG in terms of the levels of security of these labs? Have you actually sat down and brought them materials so that they can read what the different levels of safety or are on these levels? While there's a need by NIH and the CDC, we're obligated to put levels on these, security levels on these labs. Have you spoken to any of the developers to get an understanding, to give them an understanding of what it is that they're developing, that you can't have more than 20 labs per facility, that you can't have, you can't do certain things, you have to make sure that there are certain measures in place, that the laws will change and are changing every day. So what you can do in a level 2 lab and a level, you might be able to, you can't do now, might be able to do in a level 3 lab with all the pathogens and the transportation and the mixing of viruses as Boston University did. I used to work for City Councilor Chuck Turner and Councilor Charles Yancey. We held the hearings. We know what it is that can and cannot be done. And I'm hoping that that your organization, your entity, your agency, by law is telling these developers and sharing with the IAG members what it is and why there has been no public safety meetings, public meetings on any of this. That's a liability alone for not holding the public safety meetings. And again, that's to the Boston Planning and Development Agency, not the developers.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Lorraine. Okay, so I think that was all the people who would like to test.
Oh, there's another hand. Claire Allen, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I just wanted to respond to the gentleman, the black gentleman that was asking about the meetings in the community. I really appreciate you thinking about that. For one, there was none that I know of. We just found out about this whole fast track process no more than maybe 5-6 months ago, and that's when we came on board. One thing that U.S. Representative Ayanna Pressley stated to the Boston Public Health, to NIH, and to all different people that are playing a role of enforcement, why did you not call the Roxbury Safety Net? We have over 500 people who have invested over 23 years keeping an eye on NIH, who, as you know, developed their own Spike 5 disease from the original coronavirus and also from another virus, and there it is. And then the other gentleman who spoke about, oh, well, we'll keep the abutters. Well, I don't think we have to worry about the abutters. We didn't worry about the abutters when the Wuhan area had their whatever it was, and it reached us. So doing with the abutters is not really an answer. And by you even giving that answer, I'm not really quite sure who you think you're talking with. So I've had this experience, and this whole process did not reach the community. I have no need to lie, none whatsoever. If we would have seen it earlier, we would have been here earlier. But this has been since 2007, 14, 12. I mean, the last thing I would like to say is I have read and still have the White House memorandum subject enhancing biosafety and biosecurity in the United States. So this plan is already laid out in this document. What you're doing right now is from this document.
Yes, thank you very much, Claire. And you know, believe me, your sentiments are not falling on deaf ears. Yeah, I think, you know, there's some work to do. I don't necessarily have the question or the solution, but you know, as board members, this is something we usually ask about. But that's, you know, we're in it, right? Like that doesn't necessarily mean that your average, just regular person really knows about that. So I don't know what the answer is, but I kind of am raising the question, and we have before to the agency of like, how do we deal with this, right? Like, how do we, with all the life sciences industry really booming here, and there being a lot of buildings, how do we, what's the best way, right, to communicate the safety levels and not only just to abutters, but just kind of in general, where is that information kind of housed? So that's again, an offline discussion and challenge, just would like the agency to, let's think about that.
Madam Chair, could I, if I could I want to just respectfully, just directly respond to just kind of some of the broader work that's been happening amongst the agency. And I know the board we've talked through this on prior projects. As you know, we are tasked with looking at kind of the use and the regulatory review as it relates to height, density, public realm, open space, parking, things like that, really to the built environment. But as we started this, getting this higher level of concentration of lab, and as it relates to its proximity to different neighborhoods, we have, over the course of the last 18 months, put together an interagency group to really understand the different levels of regulatory review that exist as it relates to this type of use. We'd be happy to come back and kind of share some of that with the broader group. We do have several, we've done several city council hearings where we've walked through some of the different, basically the different checks and balances that are set up as it relates to the different types of level of lab, as it relates to the different types of things that they'll be looking at, and who kind of regulates that, because it does, there's some city mechanisms that are put in place, there's some state mechanisms put in place, and ultimately there is some federal mechanisms that are put in place. And a lot of this relates to a lot of the life science expansion that happened around 2010, 2011. And as a result of that, they set up some tight regulatory reviews of municipalities as well as state regulations, which has allowed the industry to grow, because they've come to this part of the country because they know that the regulations are in place to be able to, allow this industry to foster. That being said, it's something we take very serious, and it's something that I think we are continuing to try to build into our regulatory review so that we can be transparent with the community. This particular project's been under review since 2021. This is definitely something that has come up. The district councilor here has been someone who has been very in the weeds with us on understanding those mechanisms. And we've used some of the IAG in public meetings. In this particular case, there was several of those to talk specifically about how labs are governed and how they are regulated relative to specific concerns that have come up. So I want to just continue to stress that this is something that is part of our regulatory review, and we are going to continue to kind of build this muscle out to make sure that the community understands like the intricacies of what lab is and what lab isn't. Thank you.
Yeah, no, that's great, and I do remember, you know, the those great slides, right? And to go over this, so just you know, maybe just a friendly recommendation to maybe that's something we can put on our website or something, just somewhere where we could kind of point to it, like of an FAQ, like how someone would just, you know, whether it's like a link to a YouTube video or whatever, you know, to say like, oh, here, this is what, you know, safety levels like 1 through 5 mean, you know, just like basic stuff that I think would just be, you know, helpful, or at least we could point someone to that, you know, just, yeah, because we get the question a lot, and yeah. Okay. Anyway, any other questions or comments from the board? Okay, with that, motion is in order.
So moved.
Seconded?
Roll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Landsberg?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Congratulations and good luck. Okay, we've got one. Go ahead. What's that?
Oh, I just said thank you.
Oh, okay. Well, very welcome. Okay, so we have one more public hearing. This is a public hearing before the Boston Redevelopment Authority, doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, being held in conformance with sections 80A-2 and 80B-5 of the Boston Zoning Code to consider the proposed project at 22 Dry Dock Avenue, South Boston. This hearing was duly advertised on June 1st, 2023 in the Boston Herald. This is a BPDA hearing on a proposed petition by the agency. Staff members will first present their case and are subject to questioning by members of the agency. Thereafter, anyone who wishes to testify about the proposed project will be afforded an opportunity. We are taking support and opposition at the same time, so if you're planning to testify, please take time now to verify that your computer microphone is active. You'll click on the hand icon on your Zoom control panel, and this will signal to the staff that you would like to speak. When your hand is raised, it will be blue. If you are calling into the meeting and would like to testify, please dial *9 to raise your hand. When I call for all testimony, staff will announce your name and allow you to talk. You must unmute your microphone and your webcam will not be active. In an effort to accommodate all who would like to speak about this proposal, each person will be given up to 2 minutes to comment. BPDA staff will indicate when 30 seconds remain. At that time, please conclude your remarks so that the hearing may continue and others may be heard. Finally, the proponents are allowed a period of 5 to 10 minutes for rebuttal if they so desire. And Tyler will now begin the presentation.
Good evening, and thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Tyler Ross, Project Manager in the Development Review Department. The proposal before you is 22 Dry Dock Ave, an Article 80 large project at 20 to 22 Dry Dock Ave in the Raymond L. Marine Park in South Boston. On October 24, 2023, the developer filed a project notification form for the project. The proposed project consists of the construction of a new 7-story research laboratory and office building totaling around 320,000 gross square feet. The ground floor level will also include a state-of-the-art laboratory and classroom space for Gloucester Marine Genomics Institute. The ground floor level will also include approximately 36,000 square feet of accessory eating and drinking space. The new building will also include approximately 44 below-grade parking spaces. Furthermore, the BPDA hosted a IAG and public meeting with the comment period ending on November 23, 2023, and the estimated total linkage amount for the proposed project is approximately $3.3 million. With that, I will now turn it over to Eileen Hinshad from the Planning Department to discuss the planning context for the project before Joseph Mayak and Stephen Faber from the development team begin their presentation. Lastly, I'd like to say thank you to the members of the public, elected officials, and city agencies who helped review the proposed 22 Dry Dock Ave project. Thank you.
Thank you, Tyler, and good evening, Chair Rojas, Secretary Bolimas, and members of the board. My name is Angel Guzman, and I am a BPDA planner filling in for my colleague, Eileen Mitchell. The proposed project at 22 Dry Dock Avenue is within the boundaries of the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park and was reviewed for consistency with the Marine Park's final master plan update, approved in June 2022. It was also considered in relation to nearby existing and approved new projects, including 24 Dry Dock Avenue and Innovation Square, and for compliance with the design guidelines of the Coastal Flood Resilience Overlay District, or CFROD. Next slide, please. During review of the proposed project, staff focused on ensuring high-quality, publicly accessible open space that maximizes southern sun exposure and relates to surrounding buildings and paths of travel. A resilient graded site design ensures accessible access to the site and compliance with the minimum first floor design flood elevation required by the CFROD. Lastly, the reduction in curb cuts surrounding the site improve overall pedestrian comfort and safety. Pending board approval, the proposed project will proceed to the Zoning Board of Appeals for approval of the zoning relief. Thank you, and I will now turn it over to the development team to present the project in more detail.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair, Director Jemison, Secretary Bolimas, and fellow board members. On behalf of our partners, the Boston Real Estate Inclusionary Fund, Kavanaugh Advisory Group, and Vertex Pharmaceuticals, my name is Stephen Faber, Executive VP with Related Beal. We are so pleased to present our proposal for the development of 22 Dry Dock, a state-of-the-art Class A research and development facility for Boston's own Vertex Pharmaceutical. Vertex is a true unicorn in the life science industry, and not only are they a great pharmaceutical company, but a company whose leadership believes in giving back to the community in a multitude of ways. What I'd like to do is to turn over the presentation to Joe Mamayak of SGA Architects. Joe?
Thanks, Stephen, and I'm very pleased to present the project today. I'm principal at SGA, and we'll be talking about 22 Dry Dock Ave. The site here is showing the project, 22 Dry Dock right in the center. It's highlighted in blue. It's in the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Industrial Park, and what is becoming emerging and a maturing life science cluster. The number of buildings that you see in the top portion of this are buildings that are existing or in process of being built and designed in this area, quite notable and prominent along Northern Ave, creating almost a life science corridor as you leave Boston itself and arrive in the Marine Industrial Park. It's quite significant. So the site is really defined by the convergence of Northern Avenue and Dry Dock Ave as it comes to that site and shapes the arrival. Next slide, please. A little bit about the existing conditions right in here. The highlighted parcels in the center, it's defined by notable buildings around it, ISQ2, which is the home of Vertex. Currently, you can see the dry dock, which is dry at the moment, but very exciting to see the activity in there with ships and the livelihood of what's happening there. There's 24 dry dock to the right, the Innovation Design Center down below, and we have a EDIC garage on the west-hand side. You can see a number of the images on the right-hand side as you walk around the site of what you would see currently today. Next slide, please. A little bit about the design itself, the latest design in terms of the public realm, the landscaping, and the first floor plan. I want to point out that resiliency has been key. Essentially, we've raised that first floor 5 feet from the sidewalk to really respond to that sea level rise and to protect not only the building, but protect the science as well. And by doing so, we were very creative in the way we sort of gracefully transitioned from the sidewalk to the main entrances on Northern Ave and also on the Dry Dock Ave, it's really key that we have equitable accessibility with sloped surfaces, not ramps, and we have a series of steps as well that create some uniform, really unique placemaking opportunities in and around the building. A lot of the design has been focused on positioning the building in such a way to maximize the public realm on the southern end of the building. And with the landscaping and the open space, we're really looking at seasonal comfort in and around the building throughout the year. And that unique placemaking is tied not only on the outside, but also the synergies of the planning of the building itself. So we'll focus on the inside. We have a F&B, a retail opportunity in the upper portion of the plan that's really going to activate that entrance level. We have a very active lobby with a main entrance off of Northern Ave, as well as on the Dry Dock side, we have the bike room, we have some tenant space. And as mentioned by Tyler, we have the GMGI teaching lab, which has, not only lab, but classrooms, and the space, as they can, focus on teaching in that space, they can also go on the outside and enjoy some of the bench seating that's outside, which is it's fantastic. Next one, please. We want to give you a little sense of the scale by doing a couple site sections right in here. This is along Northern Ave. You can see our building in the center, balanced by BDIC on the right-hand side, and a silhouette of 24 Dry Dock, which is also a life science project. The key, again, you can see the building has been lifted because of sea level rise. We're very proud of the LEED Platinum certification, also the LEED Zero Carbon certification. Next one. Another site section here along Tide Street with ISQ2 on the right-hand side, again, home of Vertex. On the left-hand side is the Innovative Design Center, and the silhouette as we cut through that, flanking our building right now. The next one, please. Now I'm going to show you a series of perspectives walking around the building as you approach it. This is along Northern Ave, as if you were coming from downtown Boston, going down Northern Ave, and arriving at this site. You can see a glimpse of the EDIC garage on the right-hand side, and on the left-hand side, the existing ISQ2. It's a wonderful civic presence. Helps define the mid-block arrival. We focus quite a bit on that pedestrian experience that goes through the block and continues to the other side on Dry Dock. It begins, with the shaping of the building, really sort of makes a unique entry point, and you'll see a little bit more of that in a second. But we really focus on the ground floor activation with the food and beverage at this corner, and at the other side is the GMGI space. Next one, please. A little bit further down on Northern Ave, you can see how the unveiling of the building itself reveals the main entrance. Again, the courtyard experience is quite unique, designed in such a way for seasonal comfort and interest throughout the year. Again, based on resiliency, there's a 5-foot transition that we gracefully do with a series of sloped surfaces and steps. And you can see a little bit better here the activation at the first floor on the right-hand side, the retail experience, and on the left-hand side, GMGI. Just a quick mention on the architectural language. There's a strong discipline of the grid, which is picked up from the area, the Marine Industrial Park, which reveals itself with these end caps, a little bit more glazing, natural lighting coming in, and and showcasing science on display, which is really, really a wonderful opportunity with the building. Next one, please. Here we're going down the street a little bit. This is at the intersection of Northern Ave and Tide Street. The Dry Dock is behind us in this image. This is a really good angle looking down and seeing the activities of the public realm and how diverse and interesting that is around all those edges right in there. Next one, please. This is going at the intersection of Tide and Dry Dock. Some interesting massing moves right in here as it transitions to proportions and scales to the street level. Again, that massing helps announce the main entrance right in there, but you can see the extensive tree canopy across the site, and certainly on this side, that really, protects and gives shade, to the various placemaking opportunities in that plaza area. Next slide, please. And then finally, this image, looking on Dry Dock, looking at the building right in here, you can really appreciate the transition of the massing as it transitions down to the sidewalk level. We have special interest with that civic moment at this corner, adding a little bit more transparency, and again, having signs on display is really a key element to our design. So with that, brings us to the last image right in here. Thank you very much, and we're very happy to present this
Joe, I think
project to
there's
you.
one more slide after this, is there not? Yes.
Yes.
So just getting back, just to focus a little more on some of the public benefits. So yes, the development does feature significant improvements to the public realm and the public open space around the building, which Joe was able to show through the renderings. Tremendous economic benefits, including 550 permanent jobs with Vertex. That lease is actually executed at this point, is being held in escrow, subject to final entitlements. The developer, in addition, is committed to infusing the entire team from the investor ownership, design, construction, and operations of the building with material WMBE representation. Our proposal provides substantial public benefits. And as discussed, it really features a new state-of-the-art teaching lab and classroom facility on the ground floor to be operated by the Gloucester Marine Genomics Institute. This is going to be rent-free and completely built out, and will essentially, with these facilities and their incredible staff and curriculum, it will enable Boston residents with high school diploma to have access to low and no-cost certification programs to work in the biomanufacturing and R&D industries as certified lab technicians. Other public benefits include financial contributions of approximately $4 million, including transportation, education, family services, and our fishing industry neighbors in the Marine Park and their nonprofit, the Boston Fisheries Foundation. Finally, we're particularly proud of the commitment to sustainable design. Today, we received our Article 37 compliance letter from the Boston Interagency Green Building Committee with a cover email written by John Dalzell, Senior Architect for Sustainable Development, and I will quote, the project team's continued efforts to advance sustainable and resilient development, reduce carbon emissions, and achieve both LEED Zero Carbon and LEED Platinum are truly exemplary. The IGBC greatly appreciates Related Beals and the whole project team's leadership and expertise in developing an extraordinary ZNC building, and I believe what will be Boston's first LEED Zero Carbon building. So thank you for your consideration of our proposal. That ends the presentation.
Okay, as this is a public hearing, we'll now hold up on board testimony and go to the public testimony. So, Secretary Polhemus, do we have anybody who would like to testify?
Claire Allen, you can unmute yourself. Claire?
Yes, I'm here. I'm sorry, Lord, I never put my hand down. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
I just want to say that I did hear everybody's response back. The only thing that I would like to say is that, the Roxbury Safety Net would like to speak with folks. We do have the 23-year background, and then we also have, other scientists. It's good to hear both sides of the story. But as far as trying to figure things out, like the gentleman said, he went to the city council and whatever the case may be. But, we're here. We live here. We don't want to die here. And, let's see how it works out. So I do take your offer in trying to figure it out and see what can or can't really be done. And, I don't really see how it works, but my mind is open and Safety Net's mind is open. We don't hate, any, people. So what's wrong with sitting in a room and trying to hammer out what's what,
Thank you. Michael
doubt.
Burns, you can unmute yourself.
Yes, good evening. Thank you again, Madam Secretary Bohemus, Madam Chair Rojas, Director Jemison, and the BPDA Board. Thank you as well to the team for your wonderful presentation tonight. Again, my name is Michael Burns, for the record. I'm a business representative for the Sheet Metal Workers Local 17 here in Boston. I represent several hundred men and women that are Boston residents in the area. I rise tonight on behalf of my membership to support this project, and thank you for the time to speak.
Thank you. Minor Perez, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, Madam Chair, members of the Board. Minor Perez, representing the Carpenters Union. I first like to say thanks to the BPDA and the Office of Mayor Michelle Wood for allowing the community to be part of the process, and kudos to Related Bill and a great community outreach. They always work with the needs of the community, and that's greatly appreciated. On behalf of hundreds of my members that live and work across the city of Boston, I want to go on record on strong support of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Lorraine Folks, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, I'll be brief. Again, I would like to know how many core labs would be in these facilities, and that's not a question that should be left unanswered, because under the NIH and the CDC rules, you can only have 20 per facility. Right now you can only have 20 per facility. I would also like to know and ask the BPDA, when on March 14th, there was at a Boston Design, is it called Boston Design, Civic Design Group meeting? It was said by Mr. McGonigal that there was going to be a public safety meeting that talks about all of these issues, so we could get all of this into the atmosphere so that developers and everybody, BPDA, Director Jemison, the Zoning Commission, everyone would understand, be on the same page and know how to address the issue. A public safety meeting. I'm trying to find out, when is that going to happen? And it's not just us asking, there are people all over the city, because these labs are clustering all over the city. There'll be several hundred labs in the city of Boston, and nobody knows exactly what pathogens are going to be studied, because everyone says they don't know who's going to be the renters, and we don't know this and we don't know that, but somebody knows something, otherwise insurance companies would not insure this type of construction in anticipation of bringing in something that's dangerous. So can BPDA tonight answer the question, how many labs are going to be in this particular facility, and when is the public safety meeting for the public going to happen? Thank you.
Thank you. Robert McDonough, you can unmute yourself.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Secretary. I'd first like to start off by thanking the whole BPDA team for granting myself and the community as a whole the opportunity to speak on behalf of this project. This process is critical for all stakeholders, and it's vital to ensure our city has responsible developers and development team that not only invest in their projects, but also invest in our communities as well. My name is Rob McDonough. I'm a business agent of Laborers Local 223 in Dorchester. And on behalf of my membership, I speak in full support of this project. And I commend the development team, responsible development team, Related Bill, on a great presentation, and hope everybody has a great evening. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Gary Walker, you can unmute yourself.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, Director Jemison, once again, Gary Walker, electricians and technicians, Local 103. I'd like to speak in strong support also. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Dan Cody, you can unmute yourself.
Good evening, Dan Cody. I'm a business agent for Boston Pipers, Local 537 in Boston. I represent a couple hundred Boston residents, and I come before you tonight in full support of this project. And I want to thank you for your time and testimony.
Thank you. Shantan Green, you can unmute yourself.
Hello, my name is Shantan Green. I'm a Boston resident, also an agent with the Boston Building Trades. I want to speak in support of this project. Also want to thank the BPDA for hosting this important meeting. I think community voice is so important. I just want to emphasize that the work done on this job will be union built, which will help build great careers for residents and members of the building trades. Great careers directly help to build great communities in so many ways. So any chance to work in the city with easy access to a job site is always a plus for members of the community. Union sites are the safest sites because safety is our top priority. Prove it through our investments in education and training. Every worker benefits should be met. I wanted to end it off again saying thank you. I support this project. Also, thank you to Related Bill for a great project, and also thank you to Kim. I appreciate that so much.
Thank you. Pat O'Toole, you can unmute yourself.
Good evening, my name is Pat O'Toole. I just wanted to first thank the BPDA and the board for having this meeting this evening. I do represent the members of Local 6, the heat and frost insulated workers and allied workers. This is a project that we can support. It provides jobs for unions across the trades and also people who live directly in the community and the members that, that I support and that we all support. And we approve on this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I don't see any other hands.
Okay, great. So I'll go ahead and start off the questioning. Just want to address some of the themes that came up. Can you please just give some of the detail around the core labs, the number of them, and also now that for this project you actually do have a tenant, right? So now what is the agreed upon biosafety level for this?
Yes. So the agreed upon biosafety level is bio level 2. And in addition, in terms of the development of the labs, obviously Vertex is, one of Boston's foremost biotech companies. They have in Boston in excess of 1.3 million or 1.4 million square feet and growing. They obviously are, from an interior standpoint, fully aware of all of their compliance requirements, and be assured that relative to the building permit process, which will define specifically whether or not those everything is in compliance, that Vertex will do that. Every lab building is designed really to meet a certain, let's call it, percentage between lab and office. And this building is designed at a 60% lab and 40% office level. So you have quite a bit of non-lab space in every lab building. And Vertex is right now in the process of completing and executing on the specific lab design within each of the floors. That will all have to be approved once that design is completed and will be submitted to the city in order to verify that in fact they're in keeping with all of the standards that are necessary.
Okay, great. Thank you. I don't know if anyone from the agency knows about that public safety meeting. If you do, chime in, but I'm not sure if that exists or the details. Okay, so last question. Just wanted to, with regard to the community benefits package, I think it's very well thought out, very well comprehensive, and in alignment with what we like to see at the board, and definitely kind of sets a standard. So I want to know, for the particular aspects of, you mentioned you'd have a material portion of suppliers, BWMBEs. You mentioned something about ownership. Can you just go over those
Sure.
components?
Sure.
Well,
This was actually an EDIC bid land project. As I'm sure the board knows, all of the sites within the Raymond Flynn Marine Park are on a ground lease. And the EDIC did a terrific job in terms of requiring all of the respondents to basically apply a DEI lens to their proposal and make commitments relative to in their proposal relative to WMBE teams. And so, for example, in our proposal, we have, I think I mentioned the brief Boston Real Estate Inclusion Fund. They're actually an equity partner with us. And Richard Taylor, as a principal of that organization, will essentially be providing, approximately $10 to $11 million of real equity from Black and brown investors at levels of investment from, $50,000 to $100,000. So even at the highest level of where we're really working with potential investors, there's DEI component. That falls down to then our design team, which has a significant percentage of WMBE companies that are engaged in the design. We have WMBE engagement with construction and with both general contractors as well as we will be, as we buy out the deal through subcontractor element. We will have goals associated with that, and we've actually employed a WMB group to help us, who has expertise in ensuring that that information gets out to the minority subcontractor populations so that we get appropriate bids in and are able to, if necessary, even connect these groups with other groups in order to lift them to a level of capability that in the future they could bid independently on their own on projects. So, and that all goes all the way through operations. It's actually was a great exercise for us because Related Beal as an organization believes in it and is implementing now throughout our operations and tracking our WMBE buy throughout, not only here at Related Beal, but related throughout the country. And we actually, at any moment, can tell exactly how much of our spend is going to WMBE firms. And a lot of that came as a result of really engaging with the BPDA and through this process.
great, thank you for that response. And go ahead.
No, just Madam Chair, just to answer your second question, I know you probably want to respond to Steve. Just relative to the point regarding the public safety meeting. So currently on our website, there is a life science action agenda that is posted. We're taking a facet approach to dealing with this issue. One of them is a community engagement approach. We've done it in a series of engaging with civic associations across the city. We are in the process of coordinating a public safety meeting, an interagency public safety meeting where we talk through just how the different regulations that I spoke to earlier are play in the regulatory review of these projects. Through that coordination, there's been a little delay, but it is something that is on our interagency, our life science action agenda, and it's something we will be doing in the coming months. So we'll have more to report on that, but I just want to make sure that I highlighted that we do have on our website a life science action agenda, and that is one of the items that we are continuing to work on. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael, for that update. Just on that note, it would be really great to either, that's a one meeting, right, to capture either, record the meeting or capture something. So for someone who can't attend, but obviously, is interested in, they can kind of still get that same information. So
understood. Yeah, and I think the goal is to look at where we have high concentrations of labs. I think we have a mapping tool part of that action agenda, and to focus in different neighborhoods. But I love the idea that it's recorded and posted and something that we can refer to. So understood. Thank you.
Great. So thank you. Any additional questions or comments for the developer on this project?
Madam Chair, I have a comment and a question, I guess. Great job, Mike. You've done it a number of times tonight explaining the bio kind of process. But I think a video definitely would be needed, maybe posted as those who are waiting to testify could watch some just basic facts around levels 1 to 4. I was very, very involved in the BU project. It seems like it was over 20 years ago at this point, and learned a lot. We actually did a tour of the building that's inside of another building. And there's 2 buildings there, most people don't know. Steve, bio seems to be the latest target, and I think a lot of it is due to COVID, unfortunately, and people have real concerns. I guess I've been through a lot and learned a lot, so I can't be critical if they don't know the facts. But so I think there's definitely a need there in the presentation to put a lot of that there. But having said that, we're very, very fortunate to have Vertex and others in the area. And I noticed the $12 million public benefit, and just using $10,000 as a property tax, that's 1,200 homes, taxes. I mean, that's a lot of taxes. And I've been around a while. I remember when Vertex first came into the area. It's changed a lot since then in the other buildings and then this building here. I'm curious if you know the answer to this. How much property taxes does Vertex pay to the city of Boston annually?
Oof. I do not know that answer, but with their 1 million square feet in the Fan Pier, which must have a massive valuation associated with it, I am sure it is a very significant tax payment. I think what is it, $33 approximately?
That's for you, not me.
Per 1,000, and yeah, I
residential.
Sorry, I don't know that, but I can tell you that I'm sure it's very significant.
Well, I do know 75% of the city's budget comes from commercial real estate, which is going to change based on the assessments that are going to come due based on occupancy and buildings aren't worth as much. Right. So any time that, whether it's the Downtown Crossing project or any other project, me as a resident taxpayer needs revenue. The bio community you can't do from your house.
Right.
You can't work at your house and do bio work. So it's something I think more people should embrace. If you live in the city and enjoy the things that we get, from trash to police to fire to teachers to snow plows to everything else. And it's just, I think that's needed. And as we present these bio projects, and hopefully others that are watching aren't scared off, we should be embracing with it, as long as it's safe, of course. So that's my question and my comment, Madam Chair.
Okay, great. Additional questions or comments from the board? Okay, one last item on the public benefits that I just wanted to highlight that I like and have that be on the record is that state-of-the-art teaching lab and training up people, our local Bostonians and members of the Commonwealth, people in the area to fill those labs. That million and plus amount of square feet that you've got going there. So yeah, just want to recognize that. So if there are no other questions or comments, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second, thank you, Brian. I muted myself.
Roll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Enthusiastically, aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair enthusiastically ayes as well. So congratulations, motion passes. That awesome. That concludes our public hearings. So let's go back to item number 19. Let's head to Roxbury. Request authorization to issue a certification of approval in accordance with Article 80E Small Project Review of the Zoning Code for the construction of 23 home ownership units, including 16 affordable units and 26 parking spaces for the Garrison Trotter Phase 4 project located at Hollander and Hallworthy Streets. And to take all related actions, we have Angel and Caitlin.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Secretary Polhemus and Director Golden, Caitlin Coppinger, Interim Housing Manager again. The project before you this evening is the fourth phase of the Garrison Trotter project in Roxbury. The previous phases of the Garrison Trotter project included requests for proposals from the Mayor's Office of Housing to create homeownership opportunities through the Neighborhood Homes Initiative. The Neighborhood Homes Initiative was a commitment to promote mixed-income communities and expand affordable homeownership opportunities for first-time homebuyers. Initiative homes are produced using model home designs that have been pre-approved by the city's Inspectional Services Department. These standardized buildings plans help builders create homes more efficiently and at a lower cost without sacrificing quality. Working extensively with the Garrison Trotter Neighborhood Association, MOH and the BPDA have completed 3 phases of the Neighborhood Homes Initiative developments, resulting in the development of 18 homes comprising of 29 units of housing that were developed by private developers responding to these RFPs. And throughout this process, we required 2/3 of the units as income restricted. The fourth phase of the project, which is presented in front of you tonight, includes the creation of 23 new homeownership units. 16 of the units will be made affordable to those earning between 80 and 100% AMI, and the remaining 7 units will be market rate. The unit mix of the units includes 6 2-bedroom units, 17 3-bedroom units, and the proposed project includes the reopening of Harold Street to further connect the new development to the existing neighborhood. The vote before you tonight is to approve the project and for small project review, as well as a minor modification for the Washington Park Urban Renewal Plan. The project has received its support from Councilor Fernandez Anderson, and I'm happy to turn it over to Angel from the Planning Department, and then to Nick Elton, the architect for the development team.
Thank you, Caitlin, and good evening, Chair Rojas, Secretary Polimas, and members of the board. My name is Angel Guzman, BPDA Planner with the Zoning Compliance Team. The proposed project is located within the planning boundaries of the Roxbury Strategic Master Plan, also known as RSMP, a strategic framework adopted in 2004 to guide change and economic growth in Roxbury over the next 10 to 20 years. The proposed project makes significant contributions towards the realization of the Master Plan's goals of providing affordable housing opportunities by proposing 100% homeownership, single and 2-family houses, totaling to 23 residential units, with 16 of those units designated under the inclusionary development policy. The units vary in size from 2 to 3 bedrooms, which serves the projected needs based on the demographics of households in the area. The proposed project further advances RSMP's goals of promoting pedestrian improvements along Hollander, Harold, and Hallworthy streets through landscaping, street lighting, and the mitigation of curb cut impacts on the streetscape. Additionally, the parking ratio is below the maximum parking ratios per citywide guidelines, which advances both mobility and climate resiliency citywide planning goals. Thank you, and I will now turn it over to the development team to present the project in more detail.
Good evening. My name is Nick Elton. Good evening, Secretary Paul Hemus, Director Jennison, Chairman Rojas, and members of the board. I'm honored to be able to present this. I'm Nick Elton from Westwork. We are an MBE architectural sustainability firm. The project here is the third phase of a project for which we have served the architect route since about 10 years ago. You can see in the drawing on the right, in the photo on the right, the red portions are the proposed images of the areas that we're proposing to add. The areas that are in yellow were Garrison Trotter Phase 1, done by the same developer team, and the areas in blue were Phase 2. These are all a high degree of sustainability, and they also represent a very large degree of affordability. This is a home ownership project, and as you can see on the table on the right, there's a mix of 2 and 3 bedroom. There are 17 single-family homes, and there are two-family homes. The two-family homes include a rental apartment on the first floor. There's a flat that's fully handicap adaptable, and of the single-family homes, there are 3 freestanding homes and 7 side-by-side semi-detached row houses. Next slide, please. So as you can see here, this is the intention here is to fill in the empty lots that are presently true, which has been the goal for Garrison Trotter 1 and 2. Slowly, the entire neighborhood is being rebuilt, and it's being rebuilt with buildings in kind, very similar in nature, size, dimension, and appearance. As you can see here, if you look, you'll see that this shows the buildings that are freestanding single families, the side-by-side 2 families, and as well as the stacked 2 families. Next slide, please. This is an image along Hollander Street, looking towards the west. So it shows what the existing buildings that you see here, and the intention is pretty much to replicate the appearance of these buildings. Next slide, please. So this is the area just a little bit further west. Again, looking towards the northwest, this is where there's some vacant land where these will be infilled, so that as to make the street more whole and comprehensive. Next slide, please. This is slide number 3, looking from Holworthy, looking towards the southwest. You can see virtually a good portion of the entire block is currently vacant, and there is the intention to place 7 1- and 2-family homes on this. And as you can see on the left, there's a barricaded alleyway that is going to be as part of this project, converted to an extension of Harold Street, making it into a full street with full underground utilities, street lighting, and storm drainage, etc. Next slide, please. This is the overall site plan showing the 13 buildings, 19 homes shown on here. I want to stress that you should notice every home and every unit has individual parking so that nobody has to go to some other owner or tenant in a building and ask them to move their car. They all have, the owners of each individual unit have total control of their parking. You'll notice that every unit here has a generous yard space, at or larger than what is typical for this neighborhood. And that all the stormwater from these buildings is being alleviated with a groundwater retention system, thus not taxing the storm drainage system in the street. Next slide, please. So this gives you some views. This is looking west on from the new Harold Street. So as you can see on the two corners on the left and right, there are some existing buildings there or directly across the street. And then we are infilling by putting in 4 new buildings along what will be now a new street. Next slide, please. This is looking south from Holsworthy Street. You can see on the left and the right are buildings that get to be just a slight bit denser, but our buildings are more compatible with what's in the immediate across the street. Again, a series of 1 and 2 family homes, very much looking like the vernacular type buildings that you see in the neighborhood. Next slide, please. And finally, this is looking north on Hollander Street. Again, you can see here some images or photos of the existing buildings and how we are proposing to infill the buildings with something that looks very similar. And in the middle, or about a third of the way from the left, you see where the new Harold Street is going to be added into the development, which is also part of what the developer contractor, Windale Development Crosswinds Enterprise, will be constructing. They are a local developer for the area. They did the previous 2 phases, and they're 100% MBE. And I think that is the end of our presentation. We appreciate your time, and of course, we're here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Okay. With that, the motion is in order.
So moved. Seconded.
Call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Lanswork?
Aye.
And Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you, congratulations, and love the home ownership, mixed income. It's what we like to see. So.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Okay, item number 20. Request authorization to issue a certification of approval in accordance with Article 80E Small Project Review of the Zoning Code for the construction of 45 residential rental units, including 8 IDP units and 22 parking spaces located at 34B Street, and to take all related actions. Tyler and Angel, please.
Yep. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. The proposal before you is an Article 80 small project located at 34B Street in South Boston. The proposed project consists of a new 6-story residential building. The 6-story building will contain 45 rental units and 22 off-street parking spaces. Additionally, the project will deliver 17% of the proposed residential units at between 70 and 100% AMI and 50 bike spaces for residents. Furthermore, the BPDA held 3 public meetings for this project in August of 2021, March of 2022, and June of 2023. All 3 were well attended and advertised in the local newspapers. Now I will turn it over to Angel Guzman from BPDA Planning to discuss the planning context before Mark Lacasse from the development team begins the presentation. Lastly, I want to say thank you to the members of the public, elected officials, and city agencies who helped review the proposed 34B Street project. Thank you.
Thank you, Tyler. And once again, good evening, Chair Rojas, Secretary Polimas, and members of the board. I am Angel Guzman, and I'm filling in for my colleague, Eileen Mitchell. The proposed project at 34B Street is located within the boundaries of Plan South Boston Dorchester Avenue, also known as Plan.Ave, adopted in December 2016. The plan established a planning framework for revitalizing 144 acres of low-density, primarily industrial and commercial uses into a pedestrian-scaled, mixed-use neighborhood. The plan designates the area of the proposed project as Use Zone 3. This is a transition zone between South Boston's residential neighborhood and the higher-density, mixed-use areas along Dorchester Avenue. Land uses here are intended to be primarily residential with limited ground floor retail. As with the rest of the study area, height, lot coverage, and setback requirements for this location advance a form-based regulatory structure. The proposed project is also located within the study area for the forthcoming South Boston Transportation Action Plan, which launched in 2022. Lastly, the project responded to public feedback specifically with the addition of on-site parking, which resulted in 22 at-grade spaces. Next slide, please. The proposed project aligns with the dimensional and design guidelines of Plan.Ave. It complies with the maximum height limit of 70 feet, lot coverage and setback guidelines, and designates 17% of the proposed units as income restricted. Through curb extensions at the intersection of B Street and West 5th Street, and the addition of street trees and widened sidewalks on B Street, the proposed project contributes to a safer, more resilient public realm in line with the goals of the forthcoming South Boston Transportation Action Plan. Pending board approval, the proposed project will proceed to the Zoning Board of Appeals for approval of the zoning relief. Thank you, and I will now turn it over to the development team to present the project in more detail.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman Rojas, Director Jemison, Secretary Polimas, members of the board. Good evening. My name is Mark Lacasse, and I represent the proponent of this project, Boston Real Estate Capital, and its principal, Joe Hassel, who has done a number of projects in this particular area. In particular, this proposal before you tonight represents phase 2 of the project, with phase 1 being right next door. It was then known as 40 B Street when this board approved it back in March of 2018, and is now known as 55 West 5th Street and has been completed and fully occupied. It's a 50-unit building right next door to the site, which is before you this evening, which is 34 B Street, shown in red. The two parcels originally were combined. It was an 18,000 square foot lot that consisted of one of those low-rise, low-use industrial type sites. It was an auto body shop with a large surface parking lot, which was very consistent with a lot of the streetscape along B Street from the West Broadway terminus to the north down to Dorchester Ave to the south. If you go down B Street today from Broadway to Dorchester Ave, what you will see is an entire row of residential buildings with one vacant space left on the block right here at 34 B Street. So literally this is the last missing tooth to fill in the complete transformation of B Street pursuant to the principles articulated in Plan.Av. And as an end user and advisor to proponents of such projects, I think it's a testament to the enormous benefit of such plans. B Street was envisioned as being transformed into a residential corridor, and with this project before you tonight, that's precisely what has happened. It also makes it a lot easier and more predictable for proponents to take the principles of the plan and apply them to proposals that are then brought through the process and presented to you for approval. For example, the IDP base is 13% because this is still underlying zoning, and in the Plan.Av, there were certain density bonus incentives to increase the IDP percentage. So if you took advantage of those heightened density bonuses, which both this building and phase 1 did, then there was an extra 4% IDP. So long before even the current proposals to increase the IDP percentage to some higher number than 13%, projects such as this and phase 1 and other projects in this corridor were able to take advantage of those clear and articulated principles to increase the density and, on the other hand, increase the community benefits and the IDP commitments. So kudos to those types of planning studies, because this corridor and this project are examples of how much better it is when proponents have a nice 150-page guide on how to do it and how to do it right. As I said, this is phase 2, which will be another 45 units. The buildings are connected across the front, 8 IDP units, and a large roof deck similar to the roof deck that exists at 55 West 5th Street. 22 parking garage spaces, which consists of 17 regular spaces and 5 stacked spaces, which is a lower ratio than the existing parking at 55 West 5th Street, but consistent with that direction of lower ratio parking for buildings, especially at this location, which is just a 5-minute walk to the Broadway Red Line T station, which is not only the Red Line, but also a very busy bus terminus, the number 9 bus to the South End and Back Bay, the number 11 bus into the financial district, the number 47 bus over to Longwood Medical, and a number of other crosstown buses. So it's a very, very useful transportation hub to get people to many, many different points in the city. Next slide. These pictures are slightly dated in that the existing conditions that you see is the construction of 55 West 5th Street, which has now been completed and is fully occupied. The photo on the upper right-hand side is the 8,400 square foot parcel in between, on the right, 55 West 5th Street, and on the left of the Aria condominium building, which sits along West 6th Street. Again, lower right-hand corner is just the construction then in progress for 55 West 5th. Next slide. Site plan, aerial view. The property abuts the South Boston Hall Road to the back side of the building. You can see the connection point across the front of the building. Always these were envisioned as phase 1 and phase 2. 30 B Street development is shown there on the left. West 6th Street is a dead end. That bridge no longer exists. And just slightly to the left of West 6th Street, not shown on this site plan, but for your consideration and to keep in mind, you probably are aware it's a large hole in the ground right now known as 270 Dorchester Ave, but stay tuned, that is coming your way as well. Next slide. 34 B Street is shown here as the second half of the 2-building connected in the middle project. Street trees and other lighting and enhancements are part of the overall proposal as well. Next slide. Some basic elevations of the building. Again, we are taking advantage of the density and height bonuses such that will require zoning relief for those provisions because we are in the not Article 68 portion of South Boston. It's a local business sub-district with fairly restrictive zoning that doesn't really relate to what has transpired here under Plan.Ave. Next slide. Next slide. Again, this is what it shall be when the second portion is built. On the right is the existing 55 West 5th, the connector piece in the middle, and the proposal for your consideration this evening is shown on the left. I believe that's it. I think, is there one more slide? Just another rendering. If you're looking head-on from across the street, you'll see there it is. And I believe that is it. Yes, 45 units, 17% IDP, bike storage, and that concludes our presentation.
Okay, great. Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Okay, just want to thank you for recognizing our planning department. Plan.Ave was a big lift, and it's really great to see it in action and working as intended. So congrats to the planning department. Yay. Okay, motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes.
Thank you kindly, and thank you for all your help.
Okay. Item number 24, request approval of the BRA fiscal year 2024 operating budget in the expense amount of $29,359,467 and related approvals and authorizations. Further request for approval of fiscal year 2024 capital expenditures in the amount of $20,500,000. Michelle.
I will cover for Michelle. She presented during the EDIC portion of the meeting, and so all we need here is a vote to approve the BRA budget.
Yeah. I remember that.
It was a long time ago.
Yeah, a motion is only like 5 hours ago. Okay, a motion is
I move that we approve the BRA budget for fiscal year 2024.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Budget approved. Item number 25, personnel.
Thank you, Madam. Yep. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, and Director Jemison. We have a number of items for your consideration on the BRA agenda with the exact details that have been included in your board memos. We have 3 appointments in the Director's office: Shana Berry, Data Operations Manager; Bridget Martin, Board Governance and Operations Specialist; and in the Real Estate Development, Riley Moran, Project Engineer. We have 2 status changes in the Office of General Counsel, Colin Donnelly from Public Records Specialist to Counsel. In the Development Review Department, Michael Sinatra from Senior Project Manager to Development Review Ombudsman. We also have 3 departures. In the Planning Department, Chris Bush, Assistant Deputy Director for Climate Planning; David Glasscock, Deputy Director of Regulatory Planning and Zoning; and in the Director's Office, Michelle McCarthy, Deputy Director of Housing Policy and Compliance. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Questions or comments from the board? And same thing, just want to say a thank you to those that are departing us, Chris, David, and Michelle. You have made major contributions to the city and this agency, so thank you for your service. Welcome to the new hires, and congratulations to all those who are entering a new role. So with that, motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Okay, item number 26, contractual. I need a motion to pay the bills.
I move that we pay our bills.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Landsmark?
Aye.
Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Please pay the bills. And item number 27, director's update. The floor is yours.
Members of the board, thank you so much for being here tonight and taking all the actions that you took. I've just got a few notes for us here at the end. Here at the end of the meeting, these meetings are again where the business of the city gets done. We very much appreciate your individual time and attention to those things. Tonight, you approved 7 new development projects, 123 new residential units, 51 income restricted units, approximately 41% of all the units that were approved. You approved development that the developer's cost estimate for which was $868 million. These projects represent 1.2 million square feet of total development and will put over 1,100 tradespeople to work, creating over 2,600 new jobs. So got a lot of things to summarize tonight. I'll try to be as brief as I can, but because we're an organization run by people, I do want to highlight 2 departures that are important to highlight. Michael Canizzo, our longtime Deputy Director for Urban Design, will soon begin his well-earned retirement. Michael, like some others, has spent the last 37 years working to advance Boston, both for the BPDA and the Landmarks Commission. He's had a career-long commitment to bettering Boston. While on the Landmarks Commission, he was intimately involved with the review of numerous projects that shaped the Renaissance of the South End in the 90s and 2000s. He began his tenure at BPDA 21 years ago. In 2002 as a senior architect. For the last 4 years, he's led the department as Deputy Director in Urban Design. While here, he led the team Harrison Avenue Corridor Strategic Plan, which has resulted in very successful development. His staff describe him as a kind, respected, beloved, and bottomless well of patience. And we also know him for his distinctive appearance as well. At any rate, Mike has no doubt made an indelible impact on the city of Boston for the last 2 decades here, and before that downstairs with the Landmark Commission. We wish him the very best in his retirement and thank him for his service. On a personal note, I learned a lot of what I know about historic preservation from Michael working here many years ago. And so I'm really excited for him and his next chapter. But also knowing if he had anything like the impact he had on me, on others, that it was a very significant impact, for which I thank him personally. I also wanted to say thanks to another departing staff member, Ken Ryan. I wanted to acknowledge that at the end of the month we'll be losing an expert in city planning, the person that Kenneth's been for our staff. She's worked here since 2018 as a senior planner too, has been promoted to various roles. Today she's the Deputy Director of Downtown and Neighborhood Planning, which has now recently been changed into a comprehensive planning role. During her time at the agency, she's made a major impression on her team and has been a great team player and has stepped up and been acting for us when we needed, for which we're extremely appreciative. Peers hold her in high regard, and I think Kenneth's work has been felt around the city. We want to express our sincere appreciation for all the hard work she's contributed and wish her the very best in her next endeavors. We'll miss your humor and hard work around the office. So, leaving those notes on to some of the things you did today. So you took a series of actions today that are really important to modernizing some of the aspects of the way the agency works together. And they're things that I just wanted to highlight kind of as a group. Specifically, the hiring of an ombudsperson today was a significant step, we think, to making sure that development that's been approved gets into construction. We have the benefit of having this board take action on thousands of units of housing by way of example, much of which has been, again, all approved by this board. But many of those developments have not started construction. And we made a hire today inviting Mike Sinatra, who's been a long-time outstanding staff member here, to become the person who takes those cases and those projects that have been approved here but may need one or two small moves to take place in other parts of our agency or other parts of the city, built environment cabinet to actually go into construction. Mike's going to advance that, so we want to congratulate him and thank him for joining us in doing that. With your help, we also selected Article 80 consultants both for community engagement and modernizing the code. Keeping up, it's a great code. I can tell you, having worked in other places, it's an outstanding approach to developing mitigation and bringing forward to the community the proposals that teams have in a way that's thoughtful. We've got a chance to sort of, in a thoughtful way, bring forward a series of changes that reform it and encapsulate all the things that have happened since 1996 to build on it in a way that's hopefully easy for developers to absorb. My favorite example is we used to have statutory or regulatory milestones that guided our response. We had such great development volume in our city over the last years that we need to update those to, again, provide the kind of predictability the development industry needs and the community members need, frankly, to make everyone's work easier and enable development. So on both the selection of Matrix and the selection of Archipelago, we're also going to be able to modernize the way that development industry and community members interact with us towards greater and better mitigation and a greater and better city. So I want to thank those two vendors and thank you for your consideration there. So I highlight that along with changes that were made tonight with the Boston Civic Design Commission as a package, because it's those things together were part of changes that we promised to begin initiating in December and January of last year and this year respectively. And these are all milestones towards those efforts to cause development to be more predictable in the city that we promised to make. And with your support and help tonight, we were able to do those things. So now I wanted to focus on just a couple of projects, and then I'll end my comments because I know it's been a long and interesting night already. The first one I wanted to highlight tonight was 155 North Beacon in Alston Brighton, which is going to deliver new life science and retail space. That project, along with 22 Dry Dock, are both going to be zero net carbon projects. A critical thing for the folks who focus on culture in our community is the fact that while 155 was originally home to a longstanding rehearsal and recording space, as part of the community benefits and mitigation package for this project, the owner is going to transfer ownership of a property in its entirety, an entire building at 290 North Beacon to BPDA for rehearsal space, so that there won't be any loss of net loss of cultural space. We're going to be working to, it's going to be one of the most significant mitigation packages that MOAC, or the Mayor's Office of Arts and Culture, and BPD have received. It's an outstanding commitment by IQHQ, who's proposed the project, and we're really excited about what this means for the cultural community in that specific neighborhood, and also what it means as sort of a precedent-setting investment for other uses, the succession of uses that don't have to displace important cultural aspects of our community. We can actually achieve both. I want to thank our staff who worked very intently on this, very closely with the Mayor's Office of Arts and Culture. It's a great project that we're really pleased that you approved it tonight. Also on 20 and 22 Dry Dock, Vertex's investment, along with related in the Raymond Flynn Industrial Park. It's also a signal investment for the city by one of our leading corporate entities and one of our leading development entities. It's also being done on BPDA controlled property. So it's a unique combination of really great thinking about advancing science and advancing innovation in our community. It's also an example of bringing a different approach to financing that development forward, one that has the potential to bring and make sure that a wide range of people who may not have been able to participate in holding stakes and the value of it, those increasing stakes, are going to have, again, part of the work we're doing on DEI to require that as people are completing responses to bids here, they're bringing new sources of capital, representing, again, the full scope of the community in the investment in those projects. These are going to be life science and research and development uses that are consistent with the master plan update to encourage these new economic uses. Significant public benefits, it's already been summarized by members of the board tonight. Won't go further into it, but it's a great example of public land for public good, and we're thrilled about the outcome. Just to close, I also wanted to highlight moves that were made tonight in Garrison Trotter neighborhood. I'm proud of the fact I had a chance to work with one of the Garrison Trotter's early leaders, Dan Richardson, on an earlier element of this work at MLK in Washington, seeing the progression of additional affordable and market home ownership in Roxbury is really thrilling to listen to and hear about. And I want to significantly recognize the team behind that work, both on out in the field, who's the team is going to develop it, and our team internally, who's been working so hard on using BPDA land for public good in projects like the one that was approved. Excited about not just all the elements I talked about, but also the developer there, Windale, who's had a wide experience in Roxbury developing homeownership projects for the community. Looking forward to seeing the final result of that work. And so then finally, I just wanted to just highlight, say a personal thanks to this board and all the staff of the agency for a first year for me working here that I found very rewarding, educational, and looking forward to more. Together, the staff and the board advanced over 4,000 new residential units through approval during this time. Over 1,800 income restricted units with a very significant developer's cost. Again, the work we're talking about is work that's done by our development partners in the field and in the community, but without the hard work of the staff and the time and attention of the board, those approvals wouldn't take place and the development wouldn't take place. So I just wanted to say a personal thanks to you for being great collaborators and partners during that year, and I'm looking forward to many more. And with that, I would say thanks again for the evening's work and pass it back to the chair, Priscilla.
All right, wow, I can't believe it's been a year already. Time flies when you're
having fun.
Yeah, having fun.
Speaking for myself, I'm having a ball.
Awesome. So, great. Let's, I need a motion to adjourn the meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Lance Mark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Meeting adjourned. Thank you.